Hello, my good ones. This video comes out thanks to your support. It all started with the fact that two guys dug someone's grave, a common thing for teenagers. I also spent time when the internet did not work. On the monument, the grave of his beloved son Nin Tianalin was written. A serious boss was still watching them, who looked at all this called him a discharge. He asked his people to dig on. He smoked a cigarette and said that even after his death, he would not calm down. The guy who dug the grave replied that soon everyone would know that jokes are bad with them. It was not necessary to poke their nose in their affairs. The boss asked the child to dig faster. The second guy exclaimed that they will scrap his corpse to Dawan. A man who held a huge evil dog over the leash asked them to rush. After all, their dog is hungry all day. The guy with a shovel in his hands turned to the dead and called him that idiot. It seems a broken phone jerked, and then behind him, 2 kilometers, a villain of one was chasing. Really tried so hard for the girl. Didn't he deserve death? Why rush to help at all? It's good that he died. There is a road there. The man launched a tear and said that he was sorry for Hazy. After all, a friend is sitting for a deliberate murder. Now he will spend his whole life behind bars. That is why they will not forgive him. The boss gave the command more likely to dig it up and feed the dog Dahuan. The guy replied that everything was right. Time has changed. Now no one appreciates such selfless people. If everyone finds out that they dug a corpse, no one else dares to look at them in all of Jinchuan anymore. The boss, without letting out a cigarette from his hands, asked to dig alive. You need to hurry until the farmer got to work. His guys asked not to worry. They promised the master that a little more and soon he would see the face of this villain. At this time, the guy who was dripped as if saw some red-yellow lights in front of him. The boy could not understand where he is and why nothing, besides the darkness and red lights, is not visible. From somewhere the kid heard a voice. Who said he was in a coffin? He was not seriously scared and asked who speaks to him at all. The boy took his arms over his head and raised one knee up. He was answered by the greatest combat system of the world, Sinjan. The boy could not understand if this voice comes from his head. The system replied that everything was true and they communicate through his consciousness. Did he forget everything? Because he was hit right on the bridge between the world of the living and the dead. The system reminded the guy about what happened to him. He thought and began to scroll in his head. Some grandfather approached him and offered to drink Mainpo soup so that he would forget the past. They stood on the bridge between the world of the living and the dead. Then the boy saw something in front of him. In front of him was some sign in bright white rays. This sign in the form of a beam went down to him from the sky right in the forehead. The boy called the system a pagoda. He smiled slightly in the coffin. The system replied that everything was true. The boy began to ask how he got into his body. The system answered the question with a question. Does he think that without her he could return to life? And then it seemed to illuminate him. He bulged his eyes and exclaimed that he was alive. Ning Tianlin is alive again. On the 7th day he saw his parents and sister mourned him. The guy lying in the coffin thanked the system. He said thanks to Sinjanya. The system replied that there was nothing to thank her for. For the combat system, resurrection is a tank business. The guy began to ask what the combat system means. She replied that Xinjiang was his name, and the combat system is a short name and description. In the world, strong people have always been respected, and the force has been measured for centuries certain indicators. The higher its indicators, the stronger it is. For example, the strongest person is the Lord of Yanlo. He cannot even imagine how powerful he is. As soon as he breathes, like he is already a banter into powder. The guy immediately asked the system what about him, what indicators he had. The system explained to the guy that his combat power is estimated at 8 points. By the way, at his guide, she was estimated at 100 points. The boy was upset that so little. After all, he also plays sports daily and all sorts of bricks are dragging. Why only 8? The system asked him to rejoice at what was. In ordinary citizens, combat power is estimated only at 5 points, and the tiger, for example, 15. Nin Channeling exclaimed that this is a very big difference. It is worth paying tribute to the ancestors. The system asked not to underestimate the difference of 3 points, even there will be enough of them to kill a person. Nin Tianlin asked if the battle power was not all. Let's say if he had a knife or pistol, he would have struck the tiger in this case. The boy presented a picture in front of him and began to fold glasses to calculate force. The system replied that when a weapon of combat power appears in his hands, it multiplies by the amount that he had originally. Nin Tianlin was immediately delighted. He asked that if he had the most powerful weapon in the world. In this case, he would become omnipotent or not. The stronger the weapon, the higher the requirements for the user. A person with great combat power can easily defeat a person with smaller indicators, even if the second weapon has in the form of a pistol or knife. But if a person has high combat power, he can do whatever he wants. You can violate any laws and rules at your discretion. Money, power, beauty, and much other everything is at hand. He asked the system to exaggerate too much. Will one person be able to resist the whole country? If you take the same law, behind him is a whole state. The system replied that laws depend on people who publish them, and these people depend on the state. At the same time, the state itself also depends on the person who has the greatest combat power. In fact, it is amazing that he still has time left for chatter. It would be better if I figured out business, and she will show him what is happening outside. The cut of the shovel was already approaching the coffin cover. The guy exclaimed, turning to his master, that he took out the coffin. The boss was delighted and gave the command to pull out the corpse. It's time to enjoy their dahuan. Let him pay for the spoiled fate of their Haza, and everyone who dares to go against them will wait for such an end. Nin Tianlin realized that they were digging his grave. In his face, streams of cold sweat flowed, and then the shovel hit the coffin cover. The guys told the master that they got him. The boss asked Urzi to stop digging. It was necessary to prepare for shooting. He asked to shoot the whole process, starting from the opening of the coffin, ending with how Da Wang will devour it. ERCSI replied that everything was ready. He said that he would make sure that the video turned out to be rich and bloody. Hazy will scream with delight as he sees. The guy did not let go of the phone out of his hands. He turned on the video by directing the phone towards the coffin. Nin Tianlin was in earnest and hit his fist against the wall of the coffin. He squeezed his teeth with his teeth, that they would even get the dead. His death was a real blow to the family. Parents will be in shock when they come to visit him, and from his son, and the trace caught a cold. He introduced his father and mother, who sobbed strictly above his grave. He wants to show those who pull out his coffin where the crayfish winter, even if he dies again. The system asked the kid to calm down because he now has the greatest combat system. She will not allow his death. Nin Tianlin perked up a little and asked the system what his combat power he had. The system replied that 8 points. Then the boy asked what the battle power of these simpletons. Nin Tianlin was very surprised that the dog had a battle power of 6 points. Didn't the system say that a person has on average 5? Why a dog is stronger than an ordinary person? The rest have almost the same combat power as him, and some have 9 in general. It seems that he will not even smash 3, not to mention the rest. And if he tries to pick up at least 2, he will be thrown back into the coffin. In the face of the guy, streams of sweat flowed again. The system asked if he was scary. The boy replied that if only he was concerned, then he would be afraid. Are there people who are not afraid of death? Well, if someone dares to offend his family, he will not spare anyone. For his family, he is dead and will not return back. Nin Tianlin again introduced his mother and father in front of him. He exclaimed that now he had nothing to fear. Now he only wants to devour them all. The system replied that it was good that he was not afraid. She thinks can help destroy them. Nin Tianlin asked how. Before him appeared a zombie potion, a trial option. The trial zombie version is valid for half an hour. The power of attack after turning into a zombie will increase by 50 points. 3 characteristics will be increased: cadaveric poison, strength, and invulnerability. The boy asked the system if there was something more normal. The system replied that there was no. Meanwhile, one of the guys told his master that he was opening the coffin. Nin Tianlin answered the system that he believes her, prepared for the exit. The guys began to open the coffin cover in 3 scores. They tensed and began to pull. The boss gave the command to tear the corpse to his dog. The dog began to bark loudly. She did not stop barking and climbed into the open coffin. Guys with shovels were observed next to what was happening. Urgi did not stop shooting everything on camera. The earth began to fly around. The guy with a phone in his hand sweated with fear. Something became too anxious to him and restless. They heard a very strange noise below. Who clenched his fists, who clung to the shovel. The guys shouted at once that he became zombies. One of them fell to the ground and began to back. A man from the coffin began to growl on them and seal huge sharp fangs. His head glowed scarlet and his eyes filled with blood. He climbed out of the coffin and began to reach for those who disturbed him. The boy did not want to leave these lawmakers without proper punishment. Nin Tianlin began to wave with his own hands, which turned into paws with long claws. The boss exclaimed that he needed to run away soon. In front of them, a revived dead man. The guys began to call for help. There was a terrible zombie in front of them. The boss asked to call 110. He asked to call the police rather, but the guys scattered where? The earth began to open in front of them, and a strong explosion occurred nearby. Stones scattered throughout the district. The boss exclaimed that he was already here and asked not to approach. Nin Tianlin accelerated and ran to them to meet them. The boy exclaimed that he could not die, as this would sadden his family. He did not stop chasing a heap of the guys who dared to dishonor his grave. His paws with long, sharp claws approached the bodies. The boy exclaimed that his whole life was a waste of food. He was already very close to opponents. Nin Tianlin opened his mouth with sharp, long fangs. His eyes did not stop glowing with a bloody flame. And then the boy caught up with his insolent sacrifice, the twisting of his grave. The system unexpectedly announced that in the zombie mode, there is a special skill that allows you to absorb the enemy's vitality. Nin Tianlin asked the system what she had in mind speaking of the absorption of life. The system explained that very soon, everything will return to normal. The boy took the second enemy by the throat. He lifted him as high as possible, clutching his hand, and the guy began to dry out. He also turned into a zombie too. Eyes lit up in red. Nin Tianlin looked at his hand and thought that some kind of warm energy was flowing through his stomach. Is everything normal with him? He realized that zombies can turn vital energy by force. The boy caught up with all the other guys. They were suffered by the same fate as the rest. The remaining people also became food for Nin Tianlin. He coped with the latter, after which he stopped closing his eyes. The system said that after 3 minutes everything would return to the previous direction. Whether he became obsessed, Nin Tianlin was a little scared. He said that he never felt such control over the body. He began to look at his hands with sharp, long claws. The boy exclaimed that it was time to dig up the pits and bury everyone. The system called him a lost person. And then the guy began recovery. The system decided to help its owner. Nin Tianlin exclaimed that it was very cool. He asked Sinjan, maybe someone she will say. The system replied that now this is not what he needs to know, but as soon as he becomes stronger, then he would know everything. Nin Tianlin said that she only does what she reflects on power, but how strong he needs to become. The boy looked forward with his terrible bloody eyes. He saw something in front of him. Nin Tianlin was in some kind of star space. The system advised him to see himself. The guy began to peer into the darkness. Many stars shone around. He was circled in the sky. He seemed to be in zero gravity. The system asked him not to worry. They just travel, and here no one would harm him. There were some huge objects around him, like robots. The boy asked what it was. He flew closer to one of the objects. Nin Tianlin began to peer, trying to understand what it was. He saw in the sky of some kind of man in a mask. This man created many explosions. Nin Tianlin was very surprised. He asked how a person can be so powerful. His strength must be equal to several million. The system replied that only 20,000. The boy watched how the incredible person like a lightning was near the planet. Nin Tianlin asked the system how aggressive this guy is. The system replied that one day he would invade the ground. And now, the activation of space began. A powerful explosion struck around. A bright flame lit up everything around. The guy who was dressed in a purple cloak and the mask flew out as high as possible, flying through the planets. Around asked for help, people shouted and asked not to do this. Many exclamations were heard around the entire perimeter. Nin Tianlin was very outraged. He clenched his fists and exclaimed that it was a real massacre. It was very difficult for him to see what this unknown guy does with the ground. Nin Tianlin decided that he could not allow it. He promised the system to become stronger and protect the Earth. The guy after recovery returned to his previous state. The system told the owner that this should be expected from him. She congratulated the boy and said that his combat power was increased from 8 to 12 points. Nin Tianlin was very pleased and said that he was developing rapidly. The system explained that he killed so many people but earned only 4 points. This is not particularly rapid progress. The boy asked if he was really so slow, and now what to do to him. The system explained that you need to fight with opponents and rise, thanks to its victories. All creatures are divided into different ranks. Glasses can be given both more and less. It all depends on the strength of the being killed by him. After reaching a certain number of points, he can exchange them for various kinds of equipment, military equipment, pills, formation, and other objects. Zombie a potion bought earlier, one of these items. The boy immediately exclaimed that it was just a charm. He promised to give all the best 100%. Nin Tianlin put his hands on his sides and said that he was going to become invincible. The system told Nin Tianlin that while she could not give him anything, the boy grabbed his head and asked why. He asked the system if she could turn into someone. And then it feels like he is talking to the air. The system replied that now he lacks energy points, so the last word is behind it. She turned into some hamster. When the boy looked at her somehow strangely, she asked if her appearance was satisfied with her. Nin Tianlin replied that he was not at all happy. He is not going to immediately rush to increase combat activity. First, you need to continue to study at school. The system asked if he would return home. The boy replied that the parents and sister literally just returned from the funeral. He is afraid that he will not be able to explain his resurrection. It will be difficult for normal people to believe in this. In any case, he is sure that at school they did not tell anyone about his death. Any student should go to school. The system asked what to pay for training. As far as she knows, the classes will begin in 10 days, and the training and accommodation fees will be charged from him. A total of 4,800 yuan, and this is not counting the costs of accommodation. Nin Tianlin exclaimed that he would come up with something whether it was possible. The system replied that it was impossible. How can he worry about money? The guy looking forward began to read that the system issued him. There was a task in front of him. Requirements to fulfill the training task within 24 hours. The reward for this is 1 million. A fine for failure to fulfill minus 10 points of combat abilities. Nin Tianlin exclaimed that it was hard to work for 24 hours. It would be better to die. The system replied that the weaklings would complain and the strong ones take up the case. The boy said that even his father was never so strict with him. When asked by the system what he said, Nin Tanelin answered, rubbing the back of his head, that nothing. She said that the guy is right and she would cheer for him. Suddenly some kind of call came. The system congratulated the owner on the destruction of Bukashka, and his combat capacity increased by 0.00 alone. Another half an hour passed. The system again began to notify the owner and congratulate on the destruction of snakes, insects, and rats in the way. 16 points of combat abilities were obtained. Nin Tanelin said that, although he raised his combat abilities, no one would take him to the house anyway. How to earn 4,800 points in 24 hours at all? Now, he doesn't even have enough for breakfast. The boy took his hand behind the hungry stomach. He exclaimed that the money would not fall at him from the sky. But unexpectedly, in his hands there was a bill. The boy was very surprised. Has someone sent him money? He asked if it was possible. Nin Tanelin squeezed his fists and money in his hands and raised his head up. Then he began to twist the bill in his hands and ask if she was not fake. He looked at a piece of paper for a long time. When I turned it to the other side, it was written, "Call the police to the 6th floor." Nin Tianlin thought that it could be. Is it really written on this note? It must be in danger, otherwise he would not have turned for help in this way. When he was a child, he often played here. There is only one 6-story building nearby. There must be this person there. The system said that he had not yet completed his task, and there is time to worry about others. Nin Tanelin replied that he would call the police, but he had no phone. The system asked not to climb out of business, as he forgot the cause of his death. But the boy walked forward and told the system that he could not do otherwise. He only needs to determine the exact location and only then contact the police. Most people will not help. Nin Tianlin walked forward, not afraid of dangers. He wanted to help the person who was in trouble as soon as possible. It was not for nothing that this note was in his hands, with the text written in blood. Someone tried to hit him with a weapon, but the guy dodged him in time. He grabbed a long, huge rod that attacked him. When he was in the hand of the guy, Nin Tianlin realized that this was a huge green snake. She began to attack him and opened her fanged, huge mouth. The yellow haze came out of her mouth. Nin Tianlin caught her with one hand and squeezed it that there was strength. He lifted her up and hit the ground. The system congratulated the guy with an increase to the 5th level. His combat capacity increased to 20 points. He asked the system why the snake attacked him. The system replied that this snake was poisonous. The attack on him contributed to an increase in combat abilities. Nin Tianlin asked if the law was the jungle. In any case, for him this is only a plus. His combat abilities are increased to 20 points. Not everything is lost yet. He can still change something. The main entrance will attract troubles. The boy decided that you can try to climb through the window. He subconsciously asked that man to wait because he would soon save him. Nin Tianlin was already rising to the right window. The room was burning in the room. Some girl stood in front of the window. She held her hands in front of her and asked someone to help her. Behind her, some sound was heard outside the door. The man pushed the door with his foot and exclaimed that she had broken. He threatened if she dares to make at least one more sound, undress her and hang her on the window. The man asked where she was doing 100 yuan, and he told her to pray that her father would find money and return everything to the last penny. The girl was very scared and clamped her mouth with both hands. Droplets of sweat flowed down her face. The man turned to go to the exit and said that it was better for her to sit here quietly. Then the girl crouched on the floor, leaning her back against the wall under the window. She hugged her knees with her hands and fell silent. She trembled and cried quietly. Bitter tears flowed from the girl's eyes. She did not stop rapping, asking for help. And Nin Tianlin, meanwhile, rose closer and closer to her. He wanted to help a person who was in danger as soon as possible. Some guy went to another and told his brother that several days had already passed, but there was still no ransom. The brother replied that in the end, 100 million is not so easy. Another exclaimed that it was clearly said that money should be given today, and how he dares to resist him. He must be underestimating them. The brother squeezed his fists and headed for the exit. He told the rest that they were right and offered to send the old man a little surprise. Meanwhile, the door to the girl's room opened. She began to scream and ask them not to fit. They grabbed her hands and began to drag her. The girl asked them to stop. The brother explained to her that if she cooperates with them, he would avoid pain. But the girl again asked to let her go. They began to break their clothes on it. The brother approached her as close as possible, but the girl asked not to do this. She begged him to stop. Suddenly, she pushed him away that there was strength with his hand. The guy almost lost his glasses. The girl began to scream again and ask not to do this, but the guy took her with his hand again by the throat. A blouse was completely torn on it. The guy exclaimed that it was time to punish her, and now she would receive a lot from him. The girl began to scream. She asked for help, but the man took her face with his hand, covering his mouth. Nin Tianlin appeared in the window. He began to look inside and saw on the floor a girl that the man offended. The guy, seeing Nin Tianlin, gritted his teeth and asked who he was. He was very angry that he was interfered. The boy began to jump into the window, breaking glass. Shards with a huge noise scattered around, falling to the floor. The guys heard a noise and ran to the aid of their brother. They saw many fragments around and Nin Tianlin standing near the girl. He asked how to mock a defenseless girl. Have they really lost their shame? The brother exclaimed, smiling, that he decided to play in the hero, and he asked him not from Marvel Lee he escaped. Nin Tianlin asked the system if they saw her. The system explained that only he sees it. The man took out a cold weapon to the guy. He asked if he wanted to die and presented the knife to his cheek. The girl asked the kid to run away soon. She exclaimed that he was not an opponent for them. But the boy was not going to give up. He looked menacingly into the eyes of the offender. Then he, with a light movement of his hand, made a reception to the guy, and the knife flew out of his hand. He very cleverly and skillfully dealt with this guy. A sharp knife knocked out of his hands. The enemy was much healthier than Nin Tianlin, but the boy turned out to be very strong and bold. He grabbed the enemy's throat. Nin Tianlin raised him with his hand over the floor, after which he threw the strength down. The boy dealt with him began to go to the next enemy. Without thinking twice, he began to get a gun and twisted the shutter. He exclaimed that the guy would die now in front of everyone else. The system advised Nin Tianlin to act faster, since he has a gun. Then the boy began to dodge and, taking the knife, threw him towards the enemy. But the guy had already directed the weapon towards Nin Tianlin. He wanted to shoot, but the boy was much faster and was already nearby. He grabbed the enemy's throat with one hand and with the other by the hand that he held the gun. He squeezed his hand on the neck of a bespectacled guy stronger and stronger. His vertebrae were clamped, and in the end, the guy's neck could not stand it. The enemy collapsed on the floor. Under his head streamed streams of scarlet blood. Nin Tianlin neutralized his enemy, leaving him without weapons to lie on the floor. The boy, without even looking at the girl, asked her to go. She did not understand what he wants. Then Nin Tianlin repeated, so that she stood behind him and did not wait for a bullet or knife to touch her. The girl, covering her chest, sighed heavily with her hands. She immediately got to her feet and asked the guy to be careful, so that he does not suddenly get hurt. Nin Tianlin replied that this would not happen and asked her to close her eyes. He explained that there will now be a lot of blood. The girl stood behind him, after which she closed her eyes. She was scared and blushed slightly. Nin Tianlin squeezed his fists and began to approach the opponents. He was very serious and decided to use all his strength to neutralize the rest. Meanwhile, the girl did not open her eyes. She sighed heavily, listening to what is happening around. A trickle of sweat flowed down her face, but she did not open her eyes. After that, Nin Tianlin, when he finished, asked her to open her eyes. The girl looked and saw him in front of her. The boy explained that he decided everything and asked her to leave here soon. She looked forward at her rescuer. The girl closed her chest again with her hands. After all, she had a jacket. She exhaled heavily. Ning Tianlin asked the girl to change. He prepared a jacket and handed it to her. The girl thought that she was very ashamed. She has never been so close to men besides her father. Nin Tianlin turned away from her and asked if she had already changed. The girl apologized and said yes. The boy replied that in this case they need to go. When they were heading for the exit, he asked her not to turn around, since there was a lot of blood. The girl agreed with him, and they headed for the elevator to go to the 6th floor. Ning Tianlin handed the girl the phone. He explained that he had taken him from the table, and she could contact her family. And he still has business, so he needs to go. There is no one nearby, and she can wait outside. The girl replied that in this case, she would be outside, and she remained standing in her hands to her. Nin Tianlin returned back inside the building. He decided so far has not yet completed the task. Resort to other methods. He went to one of the murdered guys. The system noticed that his heartbeat at the time of the embrace with the girl was higher than when he rose to the 6th floor. Nin Tianlin got angry and asked that the system could know about feelings. He never hugged the girls, with the exception of his mother and sister. The system called the guy worthless. In the meantime, he picked up banknotes. There was 800 yuan, everything else on the maps. Nin Tianlin asked a universal system of combat abilities. Does she know the password from their cards? The system replied that she knew, but on the cards, after all, there may not be money. Therefore, you can use them to transfer funds. Nin Tianlin squeezed cards and money in his hands, thinking more about 4,000. He thought if that girl was asking for him, in any case, he will return everything to a penny. The system exclaimed that then it would be necessary to return everything to her in 100 times size. Whether there will not be too much to ask for 400,000. The boy opened the door and headed outside. Everything was green around and the sun shone brightly. Nin Tianlin went to the girl and asked if she contacted her family. The girl replied that she had already called Dad and he would meet her. She exclaimed that she did not thank him for the salvation. After which they said thanks to him and introduced herself as Lin Jiai. Nin Tianlin first looked at her looking from head to toe. Looking at the girl, he blushed slightly, and he said that there was nothing to thank him for. In fact, he also wanted to ask her about something. The girl replied that he saved her, so she could ask for everything he wants. She smiled sweetly at him, also pouring in paint. The girl thought that he had just killed how many people for her, but now he was suddenly embarrassed. Nin Tianlin did not know how to start a conversation, but looking away to the side asked if she could lend him 4,000. She apparently did not expect such a question directly in the forehead, and suddenly sighed loudly. Nin Tianlin asked her forgiveness, and he said that he was thinking too much for the student, so he asks her to forget about it. But the girl replied that no problem. This is less than its weekly expenses, so there is no problem. She was even very surprised that he needed only 4,000. The girl took his hand to say this. He thought that if she gives him more, then he would gladly accept this money. But then she suddenly squeezed her hands and exclaimed that now she did not have so much money. She promised to contact his dad and immediately began to call him. Nin Tianlin asked her to wait. He took out something from his pocket and told the girl that he had found it in the apartment. It seems that she hurt her finger. He handed her a patch. The girl replied that she really hurt him to leave the message. She thanked the guy again and said that she would cherish this patch. Nin Tianlin told the system that this is a regular patch and how can you cherish? The system asked not to ask her about it. While the guy and the girl stood on the side of the road, some kind of car drove up to them. A man of glasses with 2 bodyguards from behind came out of it. The girl exclaimed, running up to her father, that she was here. Father immediately hugged his daughter and asked if everything was fine with her. The girl replied that she was all right. she explained, pointing to the guy that it was her savior. She was locked on the 6th floor of this building, and he burst and killed all the abductors. Nin Tan Ellen greeted her father, and he looked very strictly and intently at the guy, then thanked him for the salvation of his daughter. The man told Nin Tianalin that he could go with them. Father asked his partner to inspect everything around. His man immediately agreed and began to comply with the order. Nin Tianalin looked out at this guy out of the corner of his eye. His gaze fell on a man's belt. He noticed a gun behind his belt. The guard has a gun. Apparently, he is not a simple rich. The man began to climb the steps to the 6th floor. Nin Tianalin turned to the girl and her father. He said that, in this case, it was time for him to go. Lin Jai turned to her father and asked her 4,000. The father was surprised that so little and immediately handed her this money. When the girl took them, she went to Nin Tianalin and handed him a pack of banknotes. But the boy began to deny and said that he needed only 4,000, there were too many. The girl's father was very surprised and thought that after the salvation of his daughter, he could ask for several million, and he needed only 4,000. Surely this is some kind of plan. The man's bodyguard approached him and said that there were no corpses on the 6th floor. He also did not notice signs of struggle. The father was very surprised by this situation. The bodyguard unexpectedly pulled out a gun and twisted the shutter with lightning speed. He directed the gun towards Nin Tianalin and asked him to stop. The man asked who he was and why he lied about his daughter. The boy turned his head and asked what he meant. He did not expect such a turn of events. Lin Jai immediately grabbed his father by the hand and asked him what he was talking about. After all, this boy really saved her. But the father asked the girl to close her mouth. He turned to the guy and asked if he said that it was an abduction. Where then are corpses and blood? There was nothing there, and let him not think that he is as trusting as a 3-year-old child. My daughter wanted to get in again. He was the father to tell the guy that he should behave more honestly. He said to his daughter that he would deal with her later. Nin Tianalin threw a serious look towards her father. He began to approach them and said that she did not lie. He clenched his fists, being very upset and angry. The bodyguard directed the weapon in his direction and asked to stand, not to come closer. Father, looking at him, asked how he would explain all this in this case. The guy brazenly looked into his eyes and replied that he was not obliged to report everything to him. Father got angry even stronger. He said that although he did not know what methods he used to deceive his daughter, but he does not understand why he first asked 100 million and then reduced to 4,000. In any case, it does not matter, and he will teach him a lesson. Nin Tianalin exclaimed that he was even interested in how exactly he was going to teach him. The man asked him to break his hand and leg, then he would probably understand everything and would not be silent. The girl asked her father to stop. She tried to explain that they did not deceive him. Father asked what this villain did to her and where such a lie came from. Lin Jai took her father by the hand and again said that she really did not deceive him. If he does not believe that they can rise and he himself can be convinced of everything. Father clenched his fists and agreed with his daughter. He said that in this case he would rise up. The bodyguard began to approach the guy and, asking for an apology, explained that he was only fulfilling the order. He tried to grab Nin Tianlin by his head, but the boy moved aside with lightning speed. He was very dexterous and nimble. Nin Tianlin, with one blow of his hand, forced the bodyguard to cough with blood. He broke his glasses to the guy and hit him with an elbow on the head. The guy neutralized one bodyguard. He fell face to earth. Nin Tianlin, after neutralizing the enemy, asked him. The second bodyguard told his partner that this guy is pretty good. Whether he saw his movements, how fast this guy is. The guys made the conclusions that it would have to be not easy, and it is necessary to be careful. Nin Tianlin asked if anyone else wanted to get. He said that he would be happy to help. One of the bodyguards was very angry and asked if he wanted to die. He clenched his teeth and began to approach the guy. Meanwhile, Lin Jai and her father opened the door. The girl could not understand why there was nothing here. Father told her that there was nothing here. He does not know that this villain gave her, but her deception is completely pointless. Lin Jia exclaimed that she did not lie. He killed several kidnappers to save her. One of the enemies had a pistol. Suddenly, they turned to some kind of noise. The man asked why his people shoot him without his order. They headed for the exit and saw bodyguards lying on the floor. The man was in earnest and squeezed his fists. What could have happened here and where this sidelines? One of the bodyguards explained that he knocked them all down. One was so scared that he shot, but all the bullets passed him. They concluded that this guy is a real monster. Nin Tianlin headed forward along a clean, spacious alley. The system told the guy that the girl was good, but her dad is not the best. Fortunately, she has abilities that were perfectly useful during the battle. If it weren't for the system, it would probably not have been without fractures. Nin Tianlin asked the system what she would say to it. She replied that the law of the jungle, and now it has become many times stronger. The task of the beginner was completed. The system asked if he wanted to get a reward. Nin Tianlin was delighted and exclaimed that of course he wanted. Some violet color appeared in front of him. Bright white rays emanated from him. He got an ice blade, a centipede, a ring of the fourth dimension. The boy smiled and said that he was wondering what he would fall out. He said that all this is pretty good. But wait a minute. What about 1 million? The system replied that they were already on his account. Nin Tianlin began to look at the monitor. It was written on the name Nin Tianlin, a male gender, a place of residence of the Milky Way, Earth, 1 million. The boy began to read everything that the system issued. He said that the address is somehow strange. The system asked if he really thinks that he would always live on Earth, or he already forgot about the space war. The boy asked the system she could not help him return the money. He and her father have not developed relations, and he does not even know whether it will be possible to meet in person. The system replied that this can be done. Money was written off from his account. The system asked how he feels after that. Nin Tianlin answered with tears in his eyes that his heart hurts. He lost so many hundreds too quickly. But let him forget, in any case, he still has 600,000. What about attributes? The kid chose an ice blade. He pressed his finger on the monitor, and in his hands was a brilliant ice blade. Pretty unusual weapon. It was worth taking him in his hands. His head immediately became easier. The system explained that this is not a weapon, but combat equipment, and she asked to open the attribute panel to see. Nin Tianlin exclaimed that all indicators grew up with the exception of dexterity. Looking at his performance, the guy thought, if the weapons helps to increase his combat abilities, it will not remain in a large plus. Smiling, he scratched his chin. The system asked if he believes that she would stand the strongest wearing simple equipment. The boy replied that everything was obvious. But judging by her gaze, this is not at all so. The system replied that of course not. Nin Tianlin asked why. Is there a difference between combat equipment and ordinary? All the same, combat efficiency is growing. He thinks that a real battle will show the difference better. The system clicked a finger. There was a change in space. The boy was in a dark space and asked what it was. The system explained that this is a special world thanks to which he will fall into a virtual battle, and then he will be able to feel the whole difference of the above. Nin Tianlin held a sharp, heavy blade in his hands. He looked at the indicators table again. The strength is 8, 6 dexterity, the spirit of 9, the physique is 7, 37 combat abilities. There was an enemy in front of him. The boy squeezed the blade as tightly in his hands and directed it towards the man. He, with a deft movement of his hand, tried to stick his weapons into the enemy. The virtual man very cleverly dodged. Nin Tianlin tried to hit him many times, but the attempts were in vain. As a result, a virtual man knocked out a weapon from the guy from his hands, and it flew off in the ground. The boy said that this guy is much cooler than the present. Combat power is just like him. This man is very strong. The system explained that his combat abilities are only 30 points, which is much lower than his. Why don't he try the attack of an ice soul now? The guy had an ice blade in his hands. A table with indicators appeared in front of him again. He began to read the indicators of this weapon. And again, the enemy squeezed his fists, waiting for the attack by Nin Tanalin. The boy began to approach the man, tightly grabbing the cold weapon. He began to rush towards the enemy faster and faster. Nin Tanalin cast his gaze at the enemy and saw his fist in front of him. The man clenched his fists in response and tried to hit the guy. Nin Tianlin skillfully dodged a man of a strong fist. He tried to strike him again and again, but Nin Tianlin again dodged. The boy grabbed his blade and tried to strike with cold weapons, but the man deftly dodged the blow. Nin Tianlin repeated his attempts more than once. This time, the guy managed to gradually deal with the enemy. He realized that the icy soul improves physique and dexterity. In fact, his reaction is tangible accelerated. The system agreed with him. This is the difference between the usual equipment and equipment for combat abilities. Equipment affecting combat efficiency affects precisely on its insides, and ordinary equipment only creates the appearance of power. Combat equipment is very different from simple, as it adds a lot of energy. But if his strength is not enough, energy will not be able to linger in his body for a long time and will break out. Therefore, it is better not to jump above the head. That is why you should not wear equipment which is much lower than its ability, since it will not bring any benefit. Nin Tianlin exclaimed that this is a pretty good equipment. He decided to see what this Bukashka would give him. The boy pressed the bug, but this parasite began to eat his finger. He grabbed Nin Tianlin's finger with his teeth. The system asked him better not to move, as he sucks his blood. The boy got angry and asked why he should not move. Does he really have to endure this, or the system decided to find a new master? The system explained that the millipede has its own peculiarity. As soon as it loses its shell, begins to suck blood to continue to live, and the first owner in whom she will let her fangs increase her combat ability. Nin Tianlin replied that Bukashka looks much weaker than him. What a fighting capacity is here. The system asked not to look down on it. An adult can reach several meters in length. The boy asked if she would grow up if he takes her with him. The system replied that her body can change depending on his consciousness. Nin Tianlin said that, let her sit in his ear. He sent this bug to his ear. The boy suddenly froze as if listening to her. He explained that he felt as if something native lies in his ear. He said that he would call her gold, and now it is necessary to use a ring. The system explained that this is a ring of combat power. The boy laid it on his finger and said that it is called Too Simple. In front of him appeared a table with the characteristics of this thing. Nin Tianlin said that he thought it was some kind of storage, unless it could increase his combat abilities. The system explained that the main function of the ring strengthening of combat abilities and secondary storage. 2 items of combat equipment increase combat abilities immediately by 13 points. Now it will be difficult to defeat him. The boy asked how much this storage is. The ring on his finger suddenly lit up. The storage was about 5 meters. He decided that it was somehow not enough, and saw some dark fog in front of him. The system explained that the ring would grow along with its combat abilities, and the black fog of an unknown space that he could comprehend in the future. When it goes to the next level, its combat abilities will grow, and the area will increase by 10 meters. Nin Tianlin exclaimed that he would work hard, and now he will go to Beijing, not all the same time he is sitting here. The system asked if he would return home. The boy replied that he had been inflicted about 12 to live wounds, even 7 days after the funeral passed. Does she really think that they will be happy to return to him? It is better to return in the winter holidays. When the time comes, he will tell the legend about how, on his last outburst, a mysterious person saved him, who filled his life with meaning. but due to amnesia, his memory was restored only 6 months later. The system asked if he would think that they would believe in it, or he does not love his family at all. Nin Tianlin replied that he was not a completely stupid person. In any case, he is sure that his family will forgive him. Therefore, he decided to do just that. But in the eyes of the guy, a tear shone. Before us is a huge metal structure. Whole kilometers of this structure towered to the sky above the ground. The sky pleased with its blue and purity. The sun warmed everything around. The train raced with all the speed forward. Nin Tianlin, sitting on one of the seats of the train, sighed heavily. The system told the guy that he caught all the thieves at the station. Why then he sighs? The boy replied that initially he wanted to take a comfortable place. Who would have thought that in the end he would not have time to buy a ticket? The system was surprised that he had never flew on an airplane yet. Nin Tianlin replied that he really did not fly. There is no airport in his city, so I never tried to fly. The system dies again and said that the owner of the greatest combat system would not live as a simple mortal. So there is no problem. They will deal with everything. A temporary task appeared. There are no restrictions to fulfill the mission. Its combat abilities will grow by 100 points. There is a chance to get a fan aircraft. Nin Tianlin asked the system if his combat abilities grow to 100 points, whether he could break through to the 25th level. And what is the aircraft of the F rank? The system replied that everything was not so silent. The boy got angry that the system does not tell him anything. She laughed and replied that it was better to look at that person. It seems he suffers from some mental illness. Nin Tianlin glanced at the man sitting opposite. Glass some kind of chicken. Suddenly, a girl with a suitcase ran into the guy's leg. He got angry and asked her to look where rushing. As soon as she dared to step on his leg, it was a girl with a suitcase. She glanced at the guy and asked why he was only angry. The guy did not answer anything. Looking at the girl on his face, droplets of sweat flowed. Nin Tianlin also looked at the girl and thought that she seems not so simple. He became pretty interesting. Nin Tianlin understood everything at first glance. He decided that she would now sit near them. The boy continued to watch the girl. The girl's heels appeared in front of him. She walked slowly and confidently. She went to a guy with mental disorders and, taking him by the shoulder, asked to get up, indicating to him that this was her place. The guy asked if she was blind. Doesn't he see what he eats here? But the girl took him with a sharp movement by the hand. The guy continued to eat and asked her to move away. But the girl began to make some kind of technique. She pressed her hand with his thumb on her hand. The guy immediately screamed in pain and exclaimed that his hand was broken. He asked the girl to let him go. Nin Tianlin saw that the guy had a bone broken. Something is definitely wrong with this girl. She, after breaking his bone, with a deft movement of her hand, threw the guy through herself. Then he flew down with a roar. And the girl exclaimed that he would let her go and asked to dump from here. Tianlin, observing from the side, could not understand whether she was some kind of demon. It is not surprising that it is so arrogant. Even men scattering men once or twice. The boy thought that she smeared him on her own. He asked the system what its fighting power was. The system replied that about 21 points, and he has 24. I wonder how it is practiced. While the boy looked in the direction, the girl looked at him in response. At this time, the man whom she failed to the floor began to run up to her. He got angry and asked how she dares to do so with him. The guy was already next to the girl as she hit him in the side with one movement of her hand. The elbow rested directly in the stomach of a fat man, and he flew away to the floor again. Nin Tianlin continued to watch what was happening, surprisingly more and more surprised. What happens in this train? And where does this girl get such power? A fat guy flew off, breaking a neighboring table with his body. Did she really kill him? But the guy began to call for the help of the conductor. The girl, not getting tired, and came closer to the guy. He was lying on a table broken on pieces. The girl leaned toward the pocket of this guy and began to get some piece of paper out of him. She raised this document in front of her and reading it put her foot on her stomach to the guy. The girl told the fat man that she remembered his name and address. She asked not to dare to chat excess, otherwise his whole family would die. The girl heard someone's steps and some kind of noise. Someone asked to part and asked what was the matter. The conductor approached the guy and asked what happened. Really, a girl hit him. The guy replied that no, everything was fine and explained that he himself fell. Then the conductor said that since nothing happened, it is necessary to return to its place. Nin Tianlin thought that everyone present here in complete shock. Her energy is much more powerful than him. And he killed about 11 people. In appearance, she is less than 20 years old where such bloodthirstiness is. Also, about the murder of a whole family said, this is just horror. At first he watched the girl, after which he sharply turned away and closed his eyes. She did not stop looking at the guy. The system asked why he closed his eyes. After all, it is still weaker than he is. Nintanellen answered, the system does not understand anything at all. Its abilities are better than some real masters, and she can't occupy her strength. Maybe she is from a whole organization of killers. He will cope with her one-on-one, but the forces standing behind her will no longer be able to defeat. The power of the Han Dynasty. The system told the guy that the trip would be long and offered to play. Nin Tianlin replied that he would never play with that girl. The system promised to add more energy for the victory. Then the boy immediately agreed. After all, if he receives a reward, he will be able to double energy. It will also increase the level, maybe two. The boy looked at the girl's suitcase. He wondered what could be in her suitcase. The girl looked at Nin Tianlin with some strange look. Her pupils glowed with blue transparent light. Nin Tianlin noticed that the girl was holding a suitcase all the time near her. It seemed something valuable in him. He did not stop thinking about it. The brocade's eyes were sharply lit up. The girl continued to sit crossed her arms over her chest, and the cap covered her face. Nin Tianlin, sitting opposite, did not look away from the suitcase. He tried to understand, picking his eyes every millimeter, and so he noticed one trifle. Taking a closer look, he saw that short black strand sticking out of him. Apparently, they can belong to a man. Nin Tianlin did not stop racking his head. Suddenly, he sniffed and felt that from there it smells of blood and corpse. He decided that in this suitcase a man was lying. Most likely his head. The system again sent a notification. She said that the boy guessed and get a card within an hour. In front of him on the monitor appeared a map of the essence of 20. Nin Tianlin was very happy and laughed. He exclaimed that he had received a new treasure. Suddenly, the girl sitting opposite him turned to him. She warned that if he once again looked at her, she would tear his eyes out. The boy thought that she was so young and already kills people. What kind of girl is? He crossed his arms over his chest and looked her again directly in the eye. She was like the most beautiful iceberg. He answered the girl that he was a pretty head, and he could not look away. The girl was immediately scared. Did he really find out that she was lying in her suitcase? It cannot be, because no one saw or touched. Then she replied that her head was truly wonderful, and she asked if he wanted to have fun. Nin Tianlin looked at her in response and asked what she was talking about. Then the girl got up and grabbed the knife that she hid behind her back. The boy carefully looked at her hand and decided that she wanted to attack him. The system explained that its strength is lower, so that he would win. Nin Tianlin said that, in fact, she reminds him of the bandits who excavated his grave. In addition, he himself is to blame for angry her. The girl decided not to attack him right away. She asked the guy how he found out about it. Nin Tianlin replied that he said this to complete the task. Will she believe him? The girl got up and looked intently at the guy. Suddenly, the conductor announced to the passengers that 2 tickets for soft places were free at the checkout. If someone wants to change their place, then you must contact the duty officer. They listened to the conductor, after which the guy got up and began to say goodbye to the girl. He showed her an obscene gesture. Nin Tianalin approached the room of the duty officer. He knocked and explained that he had come to change the ticket. The attendant replied that he had come quickly. The boy explained that he had never sat there, so he hurried. The attendant said Nin Tianalin that he had already changed his ticket and wished a pleasant trip. Some girl came up after him. She turned to the duty officer and said that she wanted to change the ticket. The girl held out a ticket, but someone suddenly put a hand on him. It was the girl who was sitting opposite Nin Tianalin. She said, without removing her hand from the ticket, that this place would be her. She explained that she needed a place next to the guy who had just changed the ticket. Nin Tianalin decided that he killed two birds with one shot. Not only can lie down, HP, and get rid of the girl, he decided that he was really lucky, but the system asked if he really was lucky. The pen stirred. The guy began to open the door and looked inside. Drops of sweat flowed down his face, and his gaze changed dramatically. Indeed, there was some kind of not very pleasant atmosphere. The dark haze turned around everything around. She enveloped the whole room. The whole room is like a snake. He thought that literally just got out of the enemy's den and ended up in the same. The boy moved his eyebrows close to the nose. He thought that in any case he had nothing to fear, and he began to go forward without looking back. He saw only 4 beds in front of him, but only 2 were busy. Nin Tianalin felt that he hears the beating of the heart only from one person who is here. The boy was a little alert, and finally he reached his bunk. Nin Tianalin immediately fell upon her. Someone told him that he was playing too poorly. Some old man came up and asked the young man as about a small game. The boy thought that he was finally caught. The old man began to say that his daughter was sleeping upstairs and he thinks that she was too boring. He invited the guy to play with her. She can take a game console with her. He can take, otherwise he does not understand anything about it. Nin Tianalin immediately cheered up and agreed. He exclaimed that he loves games. The boy thought that judging by his sensations, there is only one living person, and the corpses cannot sit. He saw a girl in front of him who was sitting on the upper shelf, but she cannot be a corpse because she sat down and the body does not look like decaying. The girl suddenly lit up his eyes with a bright, bloody light. She looked in front of her, after which she turned towards the guy. She seemed to scan him with her bloody vision. Nin Tianalin thought he even wanted to sleep. It looks like the old man controls the girl's corpse to immerse him in sleep. The guy's eyes were dummy, and he fell face down. Meanwhile, the old man approached him from behind. His eyes also glowed with red, bloody light. The old man crept up to him and told the young man that he could no longer worry about anything. On the face of this old man was a gloomy, malicious smile. He said that very soon the soul will be extracted from his body, and if everything works out, he will be able to save the granddaughter of the master. When the time comes, it will become very rich and influential. Nin Tianalin continued to lie in a strong dream. Suddenly, someone turned on the light entering the room. The old man did not expect someone to appear in front of him. He closed his face with his hand. He wondered who it could be. The old man apparently did not want someone else to see his face. A girl appeared on the threshold who was sitting opposite Nin Tianalin. She asked what he had in mind by the task. The old man did not remove his hand from his face and asked the girl to turn off the light. He explained this by the fact that he was tired and really wants to sleep. She went to the guy and said that she knew that he was only pretending to be sleeping. She asked him to say what kind of task it was, and if she doesn't say, she will kill him. The old man thought that she could not be allowed to him. Will become another victim. As soon as he kills her, everything necessary will be collected. But the girl was persistent and came as close to the guy as possible. She asked him to speak immediately, but the old man blocked her path with his hand. He asked if she was him, and he asked not to be so evil. He was very tired and decided to take a nap. The girl looked into the eyes of the old man and asked not to fool her head. She realized that something was wrong with this old man. The old man asked the mistress not to be angry so much. He directed his bloody pupil to her and began to hypnotize. He wanted the girl to fall asleep too. She looked intently at him and closed her eyes sharply. The girl realized that she was influenced by the old man. He clearly uses some kind of magic or other supernatural forces. She bent a little and began to rub her eyes. The girl tried to fight with all her might with sleep, but she did not succeed. She fell sharply to the floor, also hibernated into the hibernation. The old man said that he did not want to mess with youth. They are all like small children. He took out some huge red ball and exclaimed that it was time to plunge her soul into his ball. But he thought and looked at the light bulb. The old man decided to get rid of the extra light first. He does not want anything to interfere with him. The man put his unusual ball near Nin Tianlin and headed for the switch. Rather, he went up to him and pressed the button. Meanwhile, Nin Tianlin took the ball, who left the old man near him and turned to the old man. He asked why he liked to sit with the lights off so much. The man was very surprised and asked the guy how he woke up. Nin Tianlin replied that he just wanted to ask him how he managed to immerse him in sleep. The old man froze, seriously frightened. He realized that the boy had somehow discouraged him, and he asked him what he was going to do with his ball. Nin Tianlin took him in his hands and said that it was on his bunk. He asked to tell him what kind of little thing this is. The old man, looking at him with a despicable gaze, replied that this was not what he should know about. He asked the boy to put this ball back, but Nin Tianlin replied that he would refuse. He does not need it. He only wants to know if he is hiding somewhere a monster that can hypnotize people. The boy pulled his hand towards his bag, but the old man began to run to him and asked not to touch him. Nin Tianlin raised the bag up and began to untie it. He was wondering what was inside. When he opened the bag from there, a few books flew out, some kind of tube and another item. The boy grabbed one of the books in his hand. Combat abilities make up only 13 points, 8 of which his soul gives. Does he think he can fight back? The system appeared in touch again. She congratulated the master on receipt of the prize. He has access to the control of the soul. The system asked if he wanted to exchange the skill for 10 points. The boy replied that he did not want yet. He did not let out a ball and a book from his hand. He said that as soon as he took this little thing, she immediately reminded him of magical weapons. He asked the system if it was. The system replied that it is. Ning Tianlin said that this is an excellent starting point for him. Is something even more needed? He asked the system how many points he had and how many of them would be when he opened the exchange hall. The system replied that he would have 0 points. Nin Tianlin did not expect such an answer. After all, he killed 11 people, stepped on so many animals. He even reached the 6th level, but why is he still 0 points? The system replied that he spent all points on his own effort. Nin Tianlin exclaimed that then. Also, an increase in level. It also needs glasses. It turns out in the future, he wanted to transform energy. The guy asked the old man what exactly. The old man was sitting behind his back. Nin Tianlin threw a despicable look at him. The old man asked to give him his things. The boy asked if he would think that he would obey him, and he called him a terrible little man. And why should he only succumb to him? The old man asked the guy better not to anger him. He clenched his teeth and looked at him with an evil look at him. But Nin Tianlin was a guy, not a mistake. He was not going to give up. He grabbed a man by one hand and asked what he wanted to do with him. The old man was sweating, but in response he did nothing. The boy exclaimed that if he moves, then he would finish him right away. The man felt from the guy a very powerful energy emanating from him. He realized that he seemed to have wandered somewhere in the wrong place. Nin Tianlin asked him to wait and asked him to have something else interesting. Then the old man asked what he was talking about at all. The man asked the kid not to move. Nin Tianelin pointed to a girl lying on the floor in a strong dream. He said that he had an inhuman attitude and asked if he seemed to him like that. And now a few minutes passed. The boy held the money in his hands and said that there was nothing more. He will take several thousand as moral compensation. Ning Tianelin asked the old man whether he had an objection, but the old man replied that there were no objections. And to himself I thought that the guy dares to mock him. Let him just wait for them to reach. Then he will laugh. The master will never let him go alive. And here is a huge bright building in front of us. There was a sunny bright day outside. Nothing foreshadowed trouble. A light breeze swayed a curtain into someone's ward. Someone asked whether they contacted him. The guy who stood near the bed on which the girl was lying replied that no, the phone is unavailable. Then the man asked if the contract really wants to break. If he cannot save the life of his granddaughter, then he is the end. The guy replied that apparently he was now on the train. The man asked to send someone to meet him and to look carefully. In no case would he be missed. The girl was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Her face was calm and her hands folded on her stomach. Meanwhile, the train continued its movement with incredible speed. The boy rejected the call on the phone. He squeezed him tightly in his hand, and he asked the old man, "Is it really the whole thing in his wife?" The old man replied that of course in her, and now this is the end. He told Ning Tianelin that it was not too late to call back, and stared at him with a gaze. He leaned forward a little to the guy, but he asked him not to move, otherwise he would beat him. The old man exclaimed that he had already taken everything and asked what he still needed. He asked the guy to give him at least to answer the call. Nin Tianelin said that until he leaves here, he would not receive anything, and even if he does not think that he can contact his accomplice. The boy noticed that the train was very fast and asked why not to wake the girl. The old man advised to pat his girlfriend on the cheek, after which she would wake up. Nin Tianelin exclaimed that now he would pat him on his cheek. He raised his hand over his head of the old man, but the old man asked him to calm down. She will wake up in 10 hours. If he is in a hurry, then let him moisten the towel and put on her forehead. Then she recovers in 10 minutes. Nin Tianelin thought that this girl is a ruthless man who dared to look down on him, and now he must also help her. In any case, she will someday wake up. Nin Tianelin realized that he had not yet left, and I decided that it was necessary to figure out whether it is possible to exchange these items for glasses. The boy took the old burgundy ball of the old man in his hand. He decided that these were disgusting little things, and he asked the system whether this thing connects their world with the otherworldly. The system replied that it was connecting, but you have to wait until his combat abilities increase to the required level. The boy did not let out this unusual luminous ball from his hands. He looked at him more carefully and realized that we could see what was inside the ball. His eyes focused on him. The boy changed his gaze, as if he had noticed something inside. There was like some kind of darkness, among which there were fiery bright points. These points were like planets. In one of them, he saw some girl, and I thought, isn't that the dead girl? Nin Tianelin recoiled from this ball and asked the old man who he was, and what was it behind. Is it really the souls of people? The old man explained that he accidentally bought this ball. There were already 3 spots on it. Are the souls really sealed there? The boy thought that his guesses seemed to be true, but asking him is useless. He decided that the answer would find only in the book of control of the soul. Nin Tianelin took the book in his hands and began to slowly open it. According to the book, the control of the soul is to dispose of the soul in its own way. It turns out that it is invincible for this book. When the guy opened the book, he asked questions. He was very curious that in her. What are these symbols? The boy tried to figure it out, but he did not understand anything in them. The system explained that the book is written in the language of Xiahao, so it is not given to understand it, but the system can help him. Nin Tianelin asked how. The system began to explain that the first option is to spend 10 points in order to translate the text to a simplified Chinese. But whether he can understand the contents will depend only on his knowledge of literature. Nintanellen immediately changed in his face, hearing the first option. The system continued, explaining that the second option is to spend 50 points to translate the text into a simplified Chinese and see notes about techniques. The third option to spend 500 points in order to make all the information from the book to the mind control of the soul so it fully knows it. The boy immediately exclaimed, without even thinking that he was choosing the third option. But is it too expensive? After all, the book can be translated in just 10 points, and it requires 500 for knowledge from it. Will she make a discount? The system replied that there are noble treasures. Have you ever seen a billionaire collecting garbage? The boy replied that be that as it may, it was still a magical weapon. It seems to him that the old man values him. The system explained that the reason for such a high price is also that he can immediately use the knowledge gained. You will not have to wait. But when he again needs a magic weapon, the exchange price will be higher. Nintanellen asked the system, does she really hold him for an idiot? The system replied that the purpose of his actions to give him the opportunity to increase combat abilities and improve the world. The boy exclaimed that she was right and he needs to increase combat abilities, despite the fact that he does not feel fatigue. Therefore, he needs to take a nap. The old man asked the guy what he was going to do. Nintanellen replied that he wants to sleep. Does he think that he would let him go so easily? The old man looked at the guy, not understanding what he was going to do. Nintanellen cracked the old man with his palm on the head. Then he apologized and said that he was in the wrong place, and he promised that next time it would definitely work out. The old man grew a huge bump, and he was very painful. The man fell to his knees in pain and grabbed his head. The boy exclaimed that he almost succeeded. The old man fell to the floor belching of the foam from his mouth, but his head was a lot of red cones. The boy decided that it seems he would have to better understand this art and lay down to rest. Ning Tianlin said that the killer was already on the train. With him, his life began to play with bright colors. He wished the system good night. The conductor declared respected passengers that the train was about to arrive in Jinbei. He asked to prepare and gather and not forget hand luggage. The guy realized that he had been sleeping for a very long time. He was asked to keep tickets to him. According to the new rules, he should show them when they exit. The boy asked to give him half a minute and said that he would be ready soon. He asked the system to restore order here. The system immediately went to meet and agreed. Nin Tianlin took a ticket in his hand and handed it to the conductor. His gaze was very surprised. The boy could not understand where so many people come from, and why all these people are in black. Apparently, they are with the old man. Maybe the caller was an important person. Nin Tianlin thought that he was already more likely to wash off from here. One of the guys in black blocked his way. It was on the sunny black glasses. The boy got up to throw these guys, and they scattered in all directions, falling to the floor. One of them covered himself with his hand and tried to get up to strike an enemy. But the boy jumped and blocked the blow. Sharp glass scattered around. The system asked the master to be calm, but he could not do this. Despite the fact that in recent days he killed a lot of people, they were bad guys. And he is not going to kill any stewardesses and other employees because they are not to blame for anything. If he begins to kill everyone indiscriminately, how he will then be different from those bastards? In this case, how will he use a 1-hour card? Will it really run to look for bad people throughout the city? The boy replied that it would not go because this capital is here, and so well monitoring security. He has better ideas. He will kill fish to increase combat abilities. The man told the guy that only 5 yuan per carp, the price is already reduced. But his question about whether the fish is alive, he is a little strange. Nin Tianlin said that he understands, but for him it is important. Then the man led the boy to the warehouse. He explained that his whole family was fishing. The boy thought that while he has money, he could buy a lot of fish. But from killing fish, glasses accumulate too slowly. Therefore, there is no need to use a doubling map. I would like to quickly open the exchange shop and see what will be useful in it. Nin Tianlin told the man that he needed about 30,000 fish for a day, and only 100,000 fish. Only he asks him not to interfere with him in any case. On that they decided, after which the guy began to cut fish into pieces. Nin Tianlin said that he was killing fish in a second, and now half an hour has passed. He asked the system how many points he received. The system replied that 3. The boy was very surprised why so few points. A person has about 1 point of energy. In half an hour, he killed 1,800 carps, which can be appreciated as 3 people. Accordingly, he received 3 points of energy for them, which is incomprehensible here. Nin Tianlin exclaimed that the fish was alive. If he kills them all, he will receive only 200 points. This is not even half to master the technique of control of the soul. He hopes that today he can still break free. The boy earned 34 points. A little more time passed. He earned 62 points, then 95 points, 96 points, and with each fish more and more accumulated, but very slowly and little. The boy said that the owner of the stall today gave 50,000 fish, but the exchange shop has not opened and the fish is already ending. The system asked why he was so in a hurry with her discovery. Does it really think that the shop will no longer open? The boy replied that after 3 days to study, so he was in a hurry, but he is going to continue to kill the fish. Suddenly, the system congratulated the master on the accumulation of 100 points. She asked if he wanted to open the exchange shop. The guy immediately agreed. A table appeared in front of him. He asked whether this shop was. Is it divided into 9 platforms? He began to look at the table. When I looked at different options, I asked about the sword against the backdrop of blue lightning. He said that he was in front of him. Clothes, shoes, and food. He wants to see a weapon. The boy went to the monitor and pressed his finger on the screen, choosing a weapon. He began to think what to choose: a knife, a gun, a spear, or something else. In front of him was a whole arsenal. In addition to the said club, an axe, onion, and a lot of interesting things. Nin Tianlin thought about why there were so many sections. The level of the subject, magical weapons, spiritual weapons. Magic weapons are also divided into 5 categories. Is there too many steps of choice? He decided to start looking at the lower quality. He does not know if he has enough points, at least at him, and poked his finger. The weapon was called the Fang of the Demonic Wolf. It was high quality. Type magic weapon. He began to read his characteristics and thought to himself, adds 95 points of combat abilities. But the 15th level is needed, and he has only the 6th so far. But the required number of points for the exchange of 950. The boy was very surprised. This is the lower magic weapon, why it is so expensive. He thought it would cost 10 points. He exclaimed that henceforth would no longer rely on her. It seems to him that he can never even earn a lower quality, not to mention the middle and higher. After the opening of the exchange shop, additional tasks will be available to him, which will help to score points as soon as possible. The boy held out his hand to the monitor screen and pressed the special quality. A huge sword glowing with a golden light appeared in front of him. It contained bright, colorful stones. Nin Tianlin was very surprised and exclaimed that it was just incredible beauty. When he looked at zeros, he said that there were too many zeros for exchange. He decided to see other sections later. Apparently, you will have to fall off a considerable amount for the exchange for something worthwhile. At least he will know what works for. In the meantime, continues to kill fish to accumulate glasses. And then the next day came. As usual, the sun shone in the sky and the weather did not portend rains. Some girl knocked on the door and asked the master whether it was possible to buy fish here. Nin Tianelin did not have time to turn around, but answered the girl that the fish was not sold here. But suddenly he paused and thought, where does such a familiar voice come from? The girl looked at the guy and recognized him. She headed towards Ning Tianlin. The boy turned around and recognized this girl. He asked why she was here. Then the girl asked if he was angry because of her father. She began to explain to him. And she said that the father decided that they were deceivers with him and asked, what about those people? Why did he transfer 4,000 to her? They looked at each other, not understanding why this happened. The girl leaned toward the guy, and he stopped her. Nin Tianilin asked the system if she had not erased all her memories. How could she find this place? The system explained that this is a simple coincidence. She came for fish. The boy replied that too many coincidences, and there is no more to stay here. He asked how many points he had. He asked to exchange energy for money and transfer it to his account. He laughed and called himself a multimillionaire. The boy asked the system to clean his body, otherwise he still needs to go to the educational institution. The system agreed, but asked to pay 10 points of energy for it. Nin Tianelin replied that she was doing somewhere as many people and because of a simple cleaning of clothes to request so many points. The system replied that in the first case, it is responsible for ensuring his safety, and in the second applies at his request. The difference is huge. Then the boy asked to forget and said that he would simply take a shower and let him not forget to transfer 10,000 to him. After that, on the street, a man near the entrance told Nin Tianelin that in this form you cannot let him in. Then the guy put a pack of money to him and asked him to buy a set of everyday clothes, shoes, and socks, and leave the rest for himself. The man at the entrance immediately agreed and took the money, after which he asked him to pass. Meanwhile, in the jacuzzi, men said that yesterday they saw such a beauty. Boss would probably like her. The boss praised his employee and asked him to show her later. They looked at the guy and asked what he forgot here. Then they began to expel him away. One of the guys called him a beggar and asked how he dared to come here. He exclaimed that the guy is now lining all the water. Nin Tianelin replied that in this case, let them try to drive him out. He called the guys to be scrape. Then one of them squeezed his strong fist and asked if he wanted to die. His fist approached the guy's face, but Nin Tianelin calmly looked at him. With a sharp blow to his knee, he hit a man in an intimate place. He crouched in pain. Then the other guy began to approach him and exclaimed that he would receive now. This guy stopped another and grunting asked the guys to disperse and let him allow everything. He exclaimed that the young people were completely relaxed. His eyes burned with a terrible look. He said that it would be necessary to show him what the highest people were capable of, and began to squeeze his fists as strongly as possible. The man exclaimed that since the guy provoked them, then let him not wait for mercy. He began to attack the guy, but he beat his hand with a sharp movement. The man began to fly back and fell, hit his face on the floor. The kid asked who this is who more provoking here. The guys began to call their boss. They immediately ran to him, jumping over the side of the pool. The system exclaimed that they are strong. Nin Tianelin replied that he knew, and he used only 60% of his strength. Any ordinary person would have fallen off his feet, but apparently everything is in order with this. The guy exclaimed, getting up from the floor that he had taken him very much. He clenched his fist and put it in front of him. His fist lit up with some blue bright light. The boy was surprised, but he skillfully dodged the guy's powerful blow. The enemy looked at him, also surprised at his incredible power and energy. The guy clenched both his fists and lit up with a blue, delicate haze. He wanted to kill the guy, but could not understand how this could be. He looked at him and asked the guy managed to evade all his attacks. Nin Tianelin called him a villain and replied that this was a bathhouse. He explained to the enemy that couples in the bath issued all his movements. Then the boy raised his fist and jumped over his enemy. He asked to look at his fist and dispersed to hit him that there was urine on the head. When the guy fell to the floor, Nin Tianlin asked if he was scary. He knows nothing about retaliation. Meanwhile, the girl who was familiar Nin Tianlin was sitting in a chair. She lowered her head down and closed her eyes. There were two men next to her. The man told the master that after the interrogation, it turned out that she was in no way connected with the guy who escaped from the train. Mr. carefully listened to his subordinate. He replied that it was hard to go against the sky, but for the sake of recovering the granddaughter, he is ready for anything. He gave his people to continue the search. The girl was sitting on a chair, still connected. Her gaze rushed in front of her. She narrowed her eyes and exclaimed that it was all because of him. She decided as soon as she immediately finishes him, so that there would be no wet place from him. Meanwhile, the guy stood his back against the wall. Then he turned and began to look in front of him. On his jacket, there was number 657. Some girl went out the door and shouted that they wanted to kill her. She asked for help. Nin Tianlin saw Shu Jun in front of him. He thought it was his classmate. Does she really work here, a masseuse? Some guy called her and asked what she was screaming here, or thinks that someone was doing to her. Some girl said that number 36 constantly pretends to be innocent. What is wrong with her at all? She does the same as they. Why then pretend to be a martyr? The boy thought that Shu A helped him a lot in high school, so you can't leave her here. And the boy immediately rushed to the girl to help. He threw this guy to the side, and he hit his head on the floor. Nin Tianlin went to the classmate and asked if she was inquired. The girl was on her knees and was very surprised when she saw a classmate in front of her. No. Hugged the boy and asked him to help her. She explained that she did not want to be here. Then Nin Tianlin replied that now she would lead her out of here. The girl explained that her clothes are in the restroom and she wants to change her. When the guy brought the girl into the corridor, a guard approached them. He realized that they arranged this noise here. Nin Tianlin asked him to get away. The guard stared at the guy with a serious look. The sweat streamed across his face. Nin Tianlin took the girl's hand and asked to go to change. He asked her not to worry and promised to protect. Suddenly, the guy he hit and asked how he dared to attack him. He promised to give him change now. The rest of the guys came running and asked who dared to offend their brother. Nin Tianlin managed to dodge their blows and, as if lightning, hastened to answer reciprocity. One of the guys whom he had already sent into a flight looked at him in a questioning look. But while he was looking at him, the boy had already sent him into a flight. His guys were very surprised and crowded around him. They opened their mouths. One of them exclaimed that he was fighting well. It should have been teaching him for a long time. Nin Tianlin said that he gives them the right to choose. Option 1. They will get a thrashing from him. But before he had time to voice the second option, as one of the guys exclaimed that he was choosing the second, Nin Tianlin replied that the second option is that they will calm down in these lands. The boy directed his sword at them. One of the guys exclaimed that he wanted to kill them and thought that this was some kind of joke. The guy said that he probably looks funny in their eyes. The boys gathered around. One of them led them forward to attack them together. No one has survived against their blows. They clenched their jaws and strong fists and decided to attack their enemy. They wanted to take revenge on their brother and screamed forward. The boy scattered everyone around the floor. At this time, his classmate came up and told him that she had already changed clothes. Nin Tianlin took the girl at the arm and asked to go with him. She turned towards those guys. She saw them scattered on the floor and asked if everything was fine. The boy replied that everything was fine. At this time, the guard came up and wanted to give his things and money to the master. But Nin Tianlin replied that he could leave them to himself. The man thanked the master and said that he was very grateful to him. The girl asked not for tea whether he gave him money. He saw what was happening here, so it is better to let him not scatter with money. Nin Tianlin asked not to worry about money. It seems they entered one university and he can let her down. In asked not to do this, she will not be able to explain damage on the body. She said that she would stop at the hotel and as soon as the bruises subside return to study. The boy agreed and said that the driver would now take them to a five-star hotel. They were already approaching a huge high building. The boy held the girl by the waist. He ordered the presidential suite for 1 year. They were asked to wait a moment. The girl asked why they came here. Could find a place in a cheaper place. The boy asked her not to worry and said that everything was fine. In asked from where he got so much money. Meanwhile, a person at the reception told the guys that the elevator is on the left. The girl wished them a good rest. The boy immediately thanked her, and they headed for the elevator. Na-A was very surprised that he spent more than 3 million. Has he really won the lottery? Nin Tianlin replied that she had almost guessed. He began to yawn and told the girl that he did not sleep for 3 days, so he would like to relax a bit. He asked her to order everything he wishes, and then he will pay. The girl exclaimed that if not for her, he would have been calmly resting at home. She said that if he does not mind, she could make him massage. She explained that she was studying only 2 months, but there is already results. Nin Tianlin agreed and said that then he needed higher service. The girl replied that she could not guarantee this, but it can even very comfortable. Nin Tianlin lay on a bed with an open mouth. His cheeks blushed from high. The girl asked if he was hard for him and said that she could do weaker. Nin Tianlin replied that just right. The system wedged and asked why he did not kill those bandits. Nin Tianlin replied that this public place, so you need to be more careful. It would be great if there was a license to kill, and there is a lot of good in the exchange shop. If he could make an exchange, it would be much more convenient. How I want to kill her offenders. She is from a good family. In high school, she was his classmate, always shared food with him. But why was she in a similar place? Financial difficulties probably. If so, then he can help her. The girl asked the boy to roll over so that she would stretch the other side. As the boy turned over, she continued to do his massage. The guy was a little embarrassed. The classmate turned her head off and was a little embarrassed. She said that she needed in the shower. Nin Tianlin began to pull on his pants a t-shirt and continued to blush. The system asked if his size was really scared by this girl. The boy asked her to shut up. The system explained what they thought in good relations. Why then she got angry? Nin Tianlin replied that she should be reflected more. It is necessary to leave it here and leave. The system exclaimed that people are very problematic. The girl explained to the guy that he would spend the night at the club, and in the morning he would return to study. One of the guys whom Nin Tianlin showed a boy on his brother. He explained that this guy beat them in a bathhouse. The man laughed and was surprised that he himself came. He was asked if there are pills. The guy asked how much he needed. The man explained that he is a cultivator, so a dose is needed 10 times more than for an ordinary person. Others realized that Mr. Lin is in a good mood today. He asked everyone to give a glass. The girl on a tray brought a glass with a drink. She explained that the owner sent him a gift. Nin Tianlin immediately thanked the girl. Meanwhile, the guy looked at the monitor and said that there were hallucinogens in the new wheels. He would soon go crazy. The glass jumped out of the hands of the guy. He crashed into small pieces. Nin Tianlin grabbed his head with his hands. He could not understand what was the matter and why his head was spinning. The system looked at the guy by moving his eyebrows to the nose. Nin Tianlin continued to hold his head behind his head. In his cheeks flowed streams of sweat. He looked somewhere ahead of thinking. He did not remove his hands from his head. He tried to understand what was happening. The boy's eyes changed completely. Some man approached him and asked what he was doing. Nin Tianlin began to rise from his table. He was on the verge of his anger. Someone screamed that there was a murder. There is a sick killer here. Nin Tianlin glanced to the side and exclaimed that it was just wonderful. There is a lot of fish here. People who wanted him to lie on the floor. The boy held his weapon in his hands. He did not let him out of his hands. When the kid woke up, he could not understand that he really killed all these people. The system congratulated him for this. In 18 minutes, He killed 382 people and received 427 points. Nin Tianlin answered the system that he killed fish and not people. The system explained that it turned out that these bandits hid the resentment against him. Most likely they poured him something into the drink, and if it were not for his inner ruthlessness and thirst for blood, they would be alive. Nin Tianlin replied that he had lost his mind because of the drug. The system asked why she should convince him. In fact, she deliberately closed all the doors and windows. He wanted him to receive as many points as possible. But so far, it is better not to glow. He already understood what his character he had. That is why it will not be forced to rush into battle and kill people right and left. But he must at any moment be prepared to protect his relatives. So that the manifestation of composure is also important. Ning Tianlin told the system that she was right. But next time during such poisoning, he asked to wake him. He explained to the system that he wants to always be in his mind. And he looked at the guy lying on the floor. He asked the system if he absorbs him. The system replied that if he allows him to eat corpses, his combat abilities will increase. The boy exclaimed that it was very difficult to look at it. In his mouth, juices are distinguished. These juices are able to soften any food. He asked him to give him time to take care of everything. And now, a few minutes passed. In the arms of the kid lay an insect. Nin Tianlin said that it looked like a baby ate to the dump. The system replied that he had 4 legs, respectively. Combat abilities increased to 40 points. The boy asked what the system had in mind, that he could merge with him. The system replied that the energy itself would begin to pour into his body. He can spend about 300 points on improvement, while others are directed in a completely different direction. She congratulated the guy with a raise to the 13th level. Classes begin tomorrow. The holidays have come to an end. The man told the chef that according to the report, all people who were in the nightclub disappeared within one night. Currently, no evidence has been found at the scene, and no one was photographed by surveillance cameras. This time is too many coincidences. That villain tried again. The man moved his eyebrows to his nose and gave his people a team to look further. He asked them to turn all over the earth but to find it certainly. Before us is a wooden chair with a back. On this chair lay a rope. The guy told his friend that he wanted to get together with him tonight. He finally graduated from high school, and now no one is doing what he is doing at night. The boy agreed with his friend. He thought that this room is very good in the room, and the atmosphere at school is not bad. Enjoy the student life, simultaneously increasing your combat power. And when the holidays begin, he will return to his parents. Suddenly, someone called him by name. The boy heard the voice of Lin Jai. He turned in her direction. The girl asked why he was here. The guys were very surprised and asked whether he was familiar with this beauty. Nin Tianlin replied that he was not familiar. Lin Jai asked if he was also studying at this university and said that she was at the Faculty of Foreign Languages. The guy's neighbor replied that they were on the engineer. Nin Tianlin turned around and said that he was leaving, since he still has business. The girl asked what for affairs, and said that she could help him. Nin Tianlin explained that today, the 15th of July on the lunar calendar, and he is going to kill the night ghosts. His neighbor laughed and exclaimed that he was cool. After he did not sleep all night, he also said that he would kill the ghosts. Although he is familiar with him not so long ago, he is not petty. The guy asked the girl whether she owed him money or hesitated to him about her feelings. Lin Jai replied that she owed his apologies and some truth. Before us is the entrance to the Finland Internet Cafe. The cutout hung above the door. The boy sat in front of the computer. He held one hand on the mouse, the second and the keyboard. He squeezed this mouse very tightly so that his hand trembled with him. The boy got up from the table as he heard something or saw a head. He opened his eyes and moved his eyebrows to his nose. His gaze shone with green light. He saw some chains in front of him. These chains were very strong with a hook in front. Nin Tianlin managed to dodge a long, huge chain. He asked the system who they were. The system replied that these are ghosts of messengers from the afterlife and they want to catch it. Nin Tianlin replied that he is now a living person. The system said that the ghostly messenger is very good to improve. Since these are not people, it will be easier for him to kill them morally. So, when he resurrected him, he intentionally did not erase his name from the book of the living and the dead. Nin Tianlin said that you need to be careful, so you first need to leave here. According to the messengers, he is a ghost who needs to be arrested and punished. The guy asked if the ice soul could attack the messengers. The system replied that it could, because it is just energy bodies. Then he asked, what about their combat power? They are both weaker than him and their fighting force several points lower. The boy saw several messengers in front of him. An urgent task appeared before him. It was necessary to kill 2 ghostly envoys. With a successful task, he will be accrued by 300 energy points, and 1,000 points will be deducted during failure. The boy thought that he needed to mergers with a multi-bed. The guys began to wave their chains stronger and stronger. The chain rang around him. Nin Tianlin decided to show them how strong he is, whether they get it to grab him now. He took his sword and rushed towards the opponents. The envoys began to squeeze their chains and wring them more and more, approaching the boy. Their eyes were blindfolded with some white ribbons. Nin Tianlin was surprised by this. He approached the messengers closer and closer. He was already nearby. The boy raised his sword and wanted to stick into the chest one of them. Looking at him, he exclaimed that the messenger had already taken him out. But when he wanted to stick his sword into him, he put his weapon in front of him. He ordered 100 ghosts to listen to him and gather together. Then the boy raised his sharp sword again as high as possible, but the dark haze enveloped him. She began to envelop him more and more. The boy tried to control herself. This powerful force attacked him and threw him back. The boy barely held on his feet. The messengers were with bandaged eyes, and it was amazing how they were fighting with him without seeing anything. Suddenly, the messenger began to run away from the guy. Nin Tianlin did not miss his weapons from his hands. He accelerated as much as possible and threw back his hand with a weapon back. The boy threw the cold weapons right towards the messenger. The cold blade stuck in the guy's back. He began to scream, falling down. Nin Tianlin made movement to the side. Black haze began to move away from him. Some crystal was shrouded in this black veil, but he did not stop glowing in the darkness. The kid thought about seeing it. He could not understand that it could be. The system explained Nin Tianlin that this is a crystal yin, which is a cluster of the energy of ghosts and souls. He said that he could help him collect such crystals. The guy asked if they absorbed them to increase his glasses, and how to absorb them. The system promised to help him exchange them for energy points, but explained that an additional fee is charged for this. The boy agreed with the system and said that he was very lucky. Meanwhile, the gray-haired man said that Gao Wen and Li Jian seemed to go to the world of the living in order to arrest the wandering soul of Nin Tianlin. The lamps of life went out, which means that the souls left the body. Really, someone protects this guy. The guy replied that the loss of 2 ghostly messengers was not a trifle. If they recognize them at the top 2, it will affect. He asked for permission to investigate this matter. A gray-haired man replied that the world of living people is something interesting. He thinks that he will be able to ask for help in the investigation of a living person. And then some mustachioed and bearded man appeared in front of us. He closed his eyes and looked in front of him. On the floor, there was a small light green circle. White smoke came out of this hole. A sustained guy told the mentor Zhang that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man replied that if the jade crashed, the spirit from the afterlife appeared. He asked if the guy appeared to remember the past. The guy replied that he was able to joke, but still, he came to ask him about a favor. His 2 messengers disappeared without a trace from this world. Zhang said he understood him, and this soul should be in the city of Qinbei. Izyao Canman also asked him to find someone, and he should also be in that city. He said that he would send his student in search. A gray-haired guy thanked him for that. Jang, sitting near this circle with smoke, said that the soul was able to kill the ghostly messenger and even cause the anger of the young Sanman. This is very interesting. This is not any information, and is it not a situation that violates the laws of the living and the dead? The system, observing what was happening, grunted. I even laughed a little malicious. Nin Tianlin asked the system what it is. The system explained that nothing. It just grinned at the smug moral principles of people. Nin Tianlin grimaced and said that he was killing cows for several days. He asked why the system laughs at him. One cow has more vitality than an ordinary person. For the fact that he killed cattle, his level increased to 22nd, and he received a double energy map by an hour. Is it not better than constantly killing bad guys? The system said that someone wanted to find out information about him, but he blocked the data. The boy asked if it was an afterlife. The system replied not. Nin Tianlin decided that it was the girlfriend of a killer or an old man in a black robe. Does he really want to intimidate him? The system asked if everything would be in order if he does not go to class. Nin Tianlin said that thanks to the evidence that he found the director in his power, so that he does not need to go to the university, and at the same time he can calmly finish it. The system did not mean training. She thought he was going to class to rub with Lin Jiai and Shu Gishan. The boy began to get nervous and asked the system to explain what she meant. He has no time for this. And why should he communicate with her? He, like her father, wants to stay away from her. The boy invited the system to eat meat. He held out his hand in her hand. Multi-capons put her paws. A few more lumps appeared above it. The boy asked the system what happened to the indigenous thing. The system replied that it absorbs the soul of a cow. He was very surprised that the cow has a soul and he does not see it. The system explained that all living things have a soul. Without the help of external forces, he cannot see the soul. Previously, he could see the souls of the ghosts of the messengers only because they allowed him to see them. If he wants to see souls, then he can exchange 100 points to Yin Yang's eyes. The boy exclaimed that he buys and sees that an indigenousness absorbs the soul of a cow. It turns out she can eat such a thing. The system replied that as soon as an indigenous thing absorbs a certain number of souls of the same species, it could be transformed into the appropriate form. When merging with a multi-leaf, he will also be able to become a different look. Nin Tianlin asked if he could turn into anyone. He has long wanted to become a bird and feel how it feels to fly. He exclaimed, having listened to the system that children have to make a choice, and adults can choose everything. He will very hardly kill cows and get points, and very soon he will reach a high level. Having received the aircraft, he will go to one place. The system apologized for interrupting, but said that he was thinking he would want to know this news. The boy asked what was the matter. The system replied that something happened to his sister, Nin Tianxin. Nin Tianlin began to worry very much. He was then covered and asked what could happen to her. A huge high building spread out in front of us. The sky was blue and bright. The building of the hospital pierced the rays of bright sunlight. The girl was lying on a hospital bed. Her hands were tied with bandages. Her friend said that everything would be fine. She just needs to rest. Medicine is now very developed, and she will recover because she is very young and then go to the university. The patient answered Susa and asked her not to cry because she is right and everything will work out. Susa said that she was going to the store. The girl did not eat after she got to the hospital. Does she want anything? Nin Tianxin replied that she was not picky in food and asked to take what she was. The girl stayed in the ward and squeezed the sheet in her hands. She crumpled her and began to think. She thought about her parents, and most of all, thought about her brother. The girl thought that she could enter the University of Arts and help her family. As a result, a few days after the start of study, and her phone exploded. Nin Tianxin asked her brother what I should do now. Nin Tianlin replied that he had come and where she was afraid. Tears shone in the girl's eyes. She was full of pain and despair. The boy hugged her and began to calm her. He said that everything is fine and he is here. The guy decided not to release those who harm his beloved sister. Nin Tianxin thanked her brother and said that she is much better now. She asked if he had a parents. He cannot appear in a dream only to her. He must visit dad with mom. The boy exclaimed that his sister was not sleeping and let her eat some kind of pill. The girl asked if this was a dream. She was glad that her brother was alive. She asked to pinch her soon. Nin Tianlian laughed and told his sister that everything is absolutely for sure. He was saved by the aliens. Then a alien spaceship flew nearby, and for some reason, they saved it. Before the aliens flew away, they gave them many different things, so that they no longer have to worry about money. The tablet that he also gave her their gift. The girl exclaimed that her hands were really better. The aliens are so cool. She looked at her hands and said that they really healed. The girl asked her brother, since he survived, why he had just come to her. The boy replied that he had lived not so long ago. As soon as he studied things donated by aliens, he immediately went to her. Suddenly, Souza appeared in the door. She stood on the threshold, and when she saw the boy, carefully looked at him. The girl told her friend that she brought her something. She began to enter the ward. When she went to the hospital bed, she asked Nin Tianxin who was next to her. The girl immediately turned towards her friend. Nin Tianlin held his hands on his sides and looked at her. Souza told the girl that her wounds had already been healed, and it was very cool. But how did it happen? She told her that a good person succeeds. The girl was very happy for her friend. Nin Tianxin introduced Souza to Nin Tianlin, and the boy said that this is her friend from the university. Friend's name is Yin Souza. The girl turned to the boy and smiling greeted him. Nin Tianlin also smiled and greeted her. Ning Tianxin explained to her friend that her brother was the savior. Her wounds healed thanks to his tablet. The girl replied that it seems to be some kind of family secret recipe. In any case, once she is better, that everything is fine. She invited the guys to go lunch. Nin Tianlin said that he would first write his sister from the hospital and let them wait for him at the exit in 3. He asked the system to order them a luxurious car and reserve the most expensive restaurant. Nin Tianxin told her friend that she did not know what place their brother would take, and she decided to see the reviews. You also need to order a taxi. Since today it is discharged from the hospital, it can allow you to cause comfort plus. The brother asked the girls why they did not get into the car. They were very surprised that this machine was ordered for them. After they sat, Nin Tianxin thanked for the hospitality and waved their hand. The boy replied that he had nothing to thank her for taking care of his sister. Ning Tianxin asked her brother to go home. He agreed, but asked not to tell his parents anything about his resurrection. Otherwise, they will worry and think that she has gone crazy. The girl stood on the side of the road and talked about their car. By accident, this is not the same model that costs about $1 billion. The second girl replied that she had never seen one. Surely it is made to order. Nin Tianlin told his sister that until he was at home, all the work was on her. He asked whether she was an obedient girl and took care of her parents. The boy explained to the girl that now she did not need to worry about anything because he returned and will always protect her. Nin Tianxin was delighted. Now she has a brother who will protect her. And in the future, when she becomes known to take care of her brother, the boy told his sister that he would drop after her for the weekend. She immediately agreed. The girls who watched them said that they had not liked this Nin Tianxin for a long time. She portrays such a right girl, and she lives at the expense of a papa. The second replied that she took a bunch of photos and will now look at what would become with her reputation when they put them on the internet. The system told Nin Tianlin that his sister was injured due to the explosion of the phone. She collected all the information about everyone who has been related to this. She decided to start with the manufacturer. Meanwhile, the guy told Mr. Tiami that they could not reduce the content of silicon in the battery again. Otherwise, it would explode. The men were sitting at the table and Mr. Tyan replied that he would better drink and stop spoiling his mood. Suddenly, a huge, long snake began to sneak up at the table sitting at the table. She quietly crawled and opened her fanged mouth. She began to attack the guy. He exclaimed that something bit his leg. The guy began to crawl back away from the snake, but it was too late. The girl who was sitting next to Mr. Pole began to scream from fright. The snake now crawled to Mr. Pei, pounced on her right on his neck. She dug into him with her poisonous fangs. The guys and the girl began to scream from pain and from fear. After that, they hit the floor. In the meantime, some mosquito flew up to the window. He buzzed and squeaked wings. The system took this mosquito and began to look at it. She explained that a total of 80 people, according to his order, 6 people have already been killed, and 74 were punished. Nin Tianelin answered the system that in this case everything was on this. Only 2 big goals remained. The first goal is to make Nin Tianxin a celebrity, and the second, go to the 25th level, and after receiving the flying apparatus, to get a murder license from the ruler of this country. He asked the system only not to praise him too much when he reaches the 25th level. Nin Tianelin said that it was too unprofitable to exchange money for energy. The system replied that things belonging to a business empire would still remain on Earth after an exchange for money. First, you need to exchange points for starting capital, and then exchange it for a robot that will create a company for it. The robot greeted his master and explained that he was a smart robot Bai Yao and would fulfill all his orders. The boy said that his first order to make sister a superstar which will be known both within the country and beyond. The robot immediately agreed to fulfill the order of his master. Nin Tianxin was already in the studio. She thanked for the gifts of Mr. Milky. The live broadcast soon ended, and it thanked everyone for the support. The boy decided to call his sister. He picked up the phone and dialed the girl. She asked her brother why he sent her so many missiles. He spent too much. The platform is already taking half the amount as a commission. Nin Tianelin answered his sister that everything was in order. If she wants to become famous, he will have to try. He said that they no longer need money. Nin Tianxin asked not to spend so much anyway, and do not forget to come home on the weekend. The boy replied that he would not forget and wished the girls good night. In front of him was the flying apparatus F-class. Nin Tianelin decided that now he will meet that person. The house was at the top of the hill. Mr. Lina asked how his granddaughter was. The man replied that everything was the same. If they need his help, then let him say. The man thanked the chairman. Meanwhile, someone's legs were already approaching men sitting at a table. Near the chairman there were guys with machine guns. They were wary and asked who was here. Nin Tianelin replied that he did not come with an evil intent, but to convey alien technologies to them. He introduced himself to them and explained that he was an alien. He brought with him progressive technologies that will allow this country to take dominance over the entire planet. The system told the guy that dozens of sniper rifles were brought to him. Nin Tianelin continued to explain that he is now in the body of the dead from the city of Sichuan. A month ago, he had an accident, and he temporarily uses his body. They can just call him Xiao Nin. The guys noticed that he really has no weapon. Then the chairman answered his bodyguard that he understood everything and they can go. The boy continued to say that in exchange for technology, he asked for permission to join the military unit 00 alone, only to make him a freelance employee, and allow not to fulfill the basic duties. Well, so that there was an opportunity to enjoy all the rights and benefits as the rest. The chairman replied that it seems he knows a lot. The Division 00 alone is the legendary special forces, the existence of which knows no more than 10 people. There are only 12 people with the codename Zodiac in the unit, and the tasks they perform are the highest state secret. One of the rights of the unit is exemption from responsibility for murder. In the case of a person's murder, they are not responsible. If everything that he said really, then he does not need equipment and the explored Unit 00 alone. It looks like he wants to be exempted from responsibility for the murder. Nin Tinelin replied that he is an alien, of course. He promises that he will not kill without analysis. As a sign of sincerity, he will show them how he managed to get here. The guys stared at the guy. He began to show the chairman a huge aircraft. The men began to look at him. One of them exclaimed that this flying saucer was simply huge. They immediately turned their heads, opening their mouths. The boy told the chairman that if he agrees, they can give him a list of technologies that they need. A week later, he will provide them to them. The chairman was very surprised and asked if they needed any technologies that they needed. Nin Tianalin replied that any. The chairman in this case decided to allow him to enter the 01st unit. But he has another condition. He must provide his technologies only to them. The boy agreed to cooperate. The system asked if he was afraid that they use his technology to improve the welfare of the people, and this will affect the construction of their business empire. Nin Tianalin explained that he was not afraid since military technologies have been ahead of civilian 10 years. Suddenly, the chairman asked if he was able to cure deadly earthly illness. The boy replied that he could do it. Then the chairman asked to save his granddaughter. She has an incurable disease and does not know how much more she will last. Nin Tenlin agreed. The chairman thanked the guy and said that in this case he would immediately prepare the car. The boy asked not to do this. They can sit in his flying plate and it will be faster. The chairman said that in this case he also wants to feel alien technologies. Nin Tianlin replied that he would be glad to see him on board. The chairman found the best doctors from all over the world, but there was no result, so it's good that he met Mr. Ning Tianlin. The boy promised to do everything that was only in his power, and now the flying saucer rose high into the sky. She began to rise above the houses higher and higher. After landing, they began to approach the building. The chairman said that they really got in a moment. He is looking forward to their cooperation. The man explained to the guy that his granddaughter was getting worse as soon as she sees sunlight. That is why they twitched the curtains. He asked if he needed light to examine it. The boy asked not to do this, as he sees in the dark. He went to Xinjiang and asked the system what she had for illness. The system looked at the girl and answered the guy what she would say after she examines her, but let them turn on the light first. Nin Tianlin answered the system that if they turn on the light, an attack will begin. But the boy asked to turn it on because he treats her. He said that he had guesses what was happening. But you need to turn on the light to make sure for sure. The man immediately agreed and went to the switch. He immediately turned on the light. The boy suddenly looked at the girl very carefully, and some thought flashed through his head. Xinjiang lay with a sad look on her face. Subtle white streams of smoke rose around her. The girl was very sad, albeit unconscious. The boy realized that her soul was dissolved. He exclaimed that it was necessary to stop it as soon as possible. Drops of sweat flowed down his face. The system said that he could turn her entire body except for the brain. The boy decided that she had gone crazy. He asked if he wanted him to nullify his granddaughter in front of his grandfather. The system replied that she did not care, and the boy exclaimed that he would do everything now. He told the chairman that he would begin to treat his granddaughter, but this is the secret technique of his planet, so he will have to leave the room. The man listened to him and immediately went out. The boy could not understand he saves her or kills her. He asked the system to put a sound barrier so that they would not be heard from the outside. The system immediately obeyed. Nin Tianlin decided to hit her neck first so that she would not suffer too much. The boy rolled his sleeves and came as close to the girl as possible. A dark flash occurred. The girl was still unconscious. The boy asked the system whether he did normally. The system asked if he left the dogs for dogs. He said to turn her body into minced meat, including bones. Some time passed. Nin Tianlin asked the system normally. She replied that she would go away and asked to start the next step. Suddenly, Some voice outside the door asked Mr. Nintenellen if he could turn on the light. The boy was immediately alert and looked at the door. The chairman appeared in front of him. He was very nervous and clenched his fists. His gaze was wary and his eyebrows were moved to his nose. He was frightened and angry. The chairman exclaimed that he would tear him to pieces. He took out a weapon and directed him towards the guy. The bullet flew towards Nin Tianlin, but he seemed to stop her with some kind of barrier. He asked the man to calm down and explained that he was in the process of her healing. The man clenched his teeth and called him a freak. He promised to bury him alive. The boy threw a tired look at him and sighed heavily. The system said that 300 points have already been spent. He received the subject of the rebirth. A huge flower appeared in his hands. This flower glowed with yellow bright light. The boy tried to catch him. The chairman watched what was happening. He did not understand what was happening at all. The flower began to rise higher and higher above the girl's head. Her hair began to move, as if the wind developed it to the sides. The system said that the body was restored. The last step remained as a pill of vitality and 280 points. The boy was angry that he would have to spend points again, but the system asked him to stop already and dilute the pill of water and give the girl. He was sorry to spend the energy points, but he asked to bring him a little water. The chairman gave the team to his man to bring water more likely. The man immediately went for drinking. The chairman himself took water from his subordinate and brought Nin Tianlin to the room. The boy asked to give him water and threw some pill into a cup of water. The water in its cup completely changed color. She became some kind of sand. The boy brought this cup to the girl's mouth and began to drink it with her potion. He held the girl by the shoulder and watched her, and she still did not open her eyes. Meanwhile, some balls began to fly in the air. The men saw this and thought it could be. Near the chairman there was a gray-haired old man in a hood. He listened carefully and watched what was happening. His gaze has changed dramatically. The man thought that these were the lost parts of the soul of this girl. He considered him special, but did not expect that this guy had such an incomprehensible force. After Nin Tianlin did this with the girl, he exclaimed that that's all. Father went to the hospital bed and looked at the girl. He began to call her by name. Lin began to open his big, bright eyes. The chairman asked to bring him water rather. He exclaimed that Lin woke up. The girl also asked to drink. Grandfather exclaimed that he was nearby. A year later, she finally woke up. The granddaughter asked her grandfather not to cry. Nin Tianlin explained to the chairman that now she was very weak and needs to rest for some time. He explained to the man that he would wait for him from the outside. The chairman replied that he understood everything and would come soon. When a man went out into the corridor, he thanked Mr. Nin Tianlin. The guy replied that he said nothing to him that his granddaughter would be recovered soon. Then the man asked the guy what kind of illness it was and whether it could happen again. Nin Tianlin replied that his granddaughter was not sick. Someone poisoned her with a poison called the Eater of the Shower, Yin and Yang. When my grandfather heard such an answer, he was just in shock as this could happen. The guy began to confirm that she was really poisoned. To prepare this poison, you must first knead the beetle, called the Souls of Souls. After that, it must be soaked in salty water for a period of 7 to 49 days. Then it is placed in the fire and ice for a very long time, and only then the poison will be ready. The prepared powder has neither the color nor the smell, so that the person will not notice it. After the Eater of the Shower, Yin and Yang, hit the body, he mixes with blood. That is why he had to erase his granddaughter into powder. The Eater of the Souls of Yin and Yang drives the soul from the body, after which it turns a person into a vegetable. The chairman exclaimed that judging by his words, someone was trying to kill his granddaughter. He closed his eyes and said that today is actually a very good day. He prepared festive dishes and asked the guy to drink with him, but Nin Tianlin refused and explained that he still has business. If his granddaughter needs help, then let him send someone behind him. The chairman said that if he also needs help, then let him boldly turn to him. Behind the man's back, a man appeared in a hood. He said that he was the one who stole his rare book and a memorial boiler on the train. That is why he turned out to be familiar to him. The chairman exclaimed that he was over and asked not to mention him anymore. Better let it help to catch the one who almost killed his molting. The man in a hood bowed his head in front of him and replied that he understood everything. But he thought to himself that this guy stole his merits and magic things. He will definitely restore his reputation. A flying saucer took off upward, rising to the sky itself. The girl exclaimed that it was very cool and so fast. The boy replied that the point was not that she wants to quickly return him home. Did anyone else have this flying saucer? Nin Tianlin explained that he was afraid to scare them. The girl said that the good news is that he is alive. The sooner he tells them, the better. Nin Tianlin asked first to enter and tell them, so that he does not shock them too much. The girl of course agreed. The boy thought about how he would perceive it. The system explained that he will not be glad of this. The boy turned his head in her direction. He asked the system what she meant. Meanwhile, he approached the house and heard an appeal to his father. The boy quickly opened the door and asked the dad what happened to him. The man got up and exclaimed that it was Nin Tianlin. They were very surprised. The boy ran to the dad and began to hug him. He tried to explain to his mother and dad that he did not die and he returned. Parents asked their children Lee had dinner. They asked if they would cook anything. The kid replied that it was not necessary because they had already eaten, and he asked his father who wounded him. Father replied that he himself accidentally fell from the motorcycle, whether he was talking correctly. Mother confirmed that he was telling the truth. Then his son handed him several pills. Father immediately took them and he and his mother ate one pill at the same time. The father was very surprised when he looked at his hand. His hand heals his head no longer hurt. Mom looked at Nin Tianlin's father and exclaimed that his hair had turned black. Nin Rong replied that she also had the wrinkles also disappeared. Nin Tianlin asked his father what really happened and why he was so beaten so much. Mother asked her son to stop since everything is already in the past. He returned home to them, and this is enough. Father tilted his head down and asked his son not to think about it. But Nin Tianlin replied that Dad was not the person who himself will get involved in a fight. It seems they began to be the first. Father looked at him with a frightened, strange look. He could not say anything. But the son insisted on an honest answer. He looked at his father and was waiting for an explanation. Nin Rong asked his son if he remembered the girl who helped so bravely. Then his sister intervened and exclaimed that she remembered. That girl did not even come to her brother's funeral, as if they were going to blackmail her. The father continued that after he entered the university, this girl with her company came here, rummaged and handed this silk banner and 30,000 won. The sister was surprised and asked, didn't she know that her brother died saving her? To give 30,000 for this is the same as serving alms. She asked her brother to go and throw this girl in the face of money. But the father replied that it would not work since there is no more money. That night, a group of people broke into the house and stole money. It was they who beat him. They looked very young and threatened him. They said that if he calls the police, they will find Nin Tianlin and harm her. They have already lost their son and could not lose their daughter. The boy exhaled heavily. He asked his father to go to Jinbei, but the father asked where their family got so much money. Even if they sell their house, they will not be able to buy a toilet in Jinbei. Nin Tianlin replied that everything was in order. The aliens left him a lot of money, and they could spend it. The sister said that his brother was telling the truth. He even wants to buy a platform for direct broadcasts to make it popular. My sister called to her parents to go with them. In the future, they will not have to worry about money, and they will take care of them. Meanwhile, at the table, someone asked if he called his parents with fools. Why did they give them 30,000 yuan? Probably they went to give money so that there were no gossip that his family is ungrateful. Another guy replied that he was smart and they really did not need these 30,000. but he did not want to admit where the money until the guy beat him well. The guy laughed and said that his expression at that moment was so funny. Suddenly, Nin Tianlin approached them. He asked if they rejoiced that someone had beaten someone. Then the guy turned to him and showed an obscene gesture. He said that they communicate and asked what he needed. He exclaimed that if the guy would interfere with them, then they and him will bewail. Then Nin Tianlin made this guy a reception. He threw him to the ground, and the rest of the guys were simply shocked by what was happening. Nin Tianlin said that although he wants them to kneel before his parents, they are too soft, so they have already forgiven them. The boy was very angry. His eyes lit up with red, bloody light. He exclaimed, heading for his opponents and offenders of his father, that he would judge them personally. The leader of the gang asked his guys to deal with him immediately. They approached the boy. But Nin Tianlin threw them to the ground with one blow of his hand. How they could cause pain to innocent people to be proud of this. He never heard the words of gratitude. But even so, they did not say anything to his parents. And what did they do instead? They presented 30,000 yuan and then beat them. The boy stood in front of them and asked if they had something to add. Then one of them rushed to his knees in front of him and exclaimed that he was mistaken. He will no longer do this and will return all the money. He will immediately apologize to his parents. Nin Tianlin asked the system whether he really regrets and feels guilty. The system replied that this was not true and he was just scared. Then the boy closed his eyes. He was very serious and decided to be merciless. The guy sitting on his knees understood this. Some outbreak occurred. Nin Tianlin did not vouch for himself. He destroyed everything, taking revenge on his parents. The guys were simply torn for mocking his father and mother. Nin Tianlin rang the phone. He asked what happened. My sister told my brother that my mother had prepared dinner, and if he does not come, she would eat everything. The boy asked to leave him and promised to return soon. So they agreed to meet soon. The system asked why he was softening again and did not kill these guys. Nin Tianlin explained that the hype would have begun, and they did not deserve death. He hopes that they will be corrected. He thinks that he will not be able to lead the life that the system expects from him. What to do if his parents raised him with a good person? Why not the system change the owner? He hopes that they can understand what good is. Nin Tianlin asked the system if she could tell why he chose him. The system replied that time had not yet come and asked what he would do tomorrow. The boy said that parents are upset by rental, so tomorrow they will go to watch apartments. The next day, Nin Tianlin went to his parents to watch apartments. He asked his mother and dad while watching the apartment not to think about money. What they like, they will buy this. Parents replied that they were poor all their lives, but they would try. And they were greeted in the Golden City and explained that they were the best consultants. They asked how they could help them. Nin Tianlin replied that their family could afford to buy an apartment. The guys thought they definitely had money. They arrived in an expensive car. The rich came and they cannot be missed in any case. Nin Tianlin asked the system which of these realtors better. The system replied that the one who is sitting around the corner and eats a doshirak. She is smart and polite, and he can certainly satisfy all his requirements for buying housing. Nin Tianlin asked that she would show the apartments. Then the consultants called Jing Jing and said that the client was looking for her. The girl waved her hand and greeted. She asked what their requirements for the apartment were. For example, the type of apartment, location, district, and everything else. And then, the boy rushed forward to some car that suddenly stopped in front of him. He threw a sharp look in his direction and ran that there was urine. Everything was mixed in his head. The boy ran very quickly and stopped this powerful, huge car with his hand. It was something supernatural. The wheels made a strange sound. Nin Tianlin thought that if he were not nearby, then a disaster could happen with his parents and sister. He was very angry and went to the hood of the car. The guy hit the car with his fist. He looked menacingly at the man driving and asked him to go out. How he drives a car at all. The driver jumped out and exclaimed that he was to blame. He asked him to forgive him. If not for him, an accident would have happened. He began to assure that he did not do it on purpose. Sister told his brother that he pleaded guilty and asked not to be angry. Parents also said that they were not injured. Then the boy turned to the driver and said that he was lucky. After all, he wanted to make him kneel. The driver began to thank him. He asked if the guy is buying an apartment in this place. He began to advise in no case to buy an apartment here. He had a lot of problems from her. Nin Tianellen asked what he meant. The man began to explain that after buying an apartment in this place in his life, a black strip began. These beads on his neck are just a fake, and clothes from the bazaar. The car will also have to be laid on 400,000 yuan. Nin Tianellen said that he would not pay him for the repair of the car. The driver replied that this was his fault and he could not force him to pay. He only wanted to say that earlier his condition was estimated at 200 million, and after buying a house, his company went bankrupt. Soon, he will not be able to afford even a bus travel. Previously, he was not superstitious, but all this happened within 3 months after buying an apartment. Nin Tianellen turned to the system and invited her to buy another house in this case. Then the system offered feng shui, which will definitely help the growth of the owner. The boy replied that he did not know anything about feng shui at all, and he asked how he should change his fate. Some guys asked Cao Daf what he was doing. The driver looked at them with strange eyes. He was very scared, and the guys asked to drive this man out of here rather. Nin Tianlin watched what was happening. People in black suits went to meet the driver. The driver took out the knife and said that until he moves from the apartment he would not leave. He already lost all the money, so he is now afraid. The guys in costumes suddenly stopped. One of the men exclaimed that the one who would catch him and take him to the police station, he would pay 100,000. The man showed the guys the same driver. The guys immediately rushed to the guy. The driver lifted his sharp knife over his head and exclaimed that he would immediately cut everyone. He wanted to hit one of the offenders, but the guy stopped his hand. He did not let the driver make nonsense. He just took his offenders in his hand and pushed back from the driver. He asked these guys to calm down soon. He looked at them with a decisive look. The driver was very surprised that this guy defended him, stopping these guys. The man in a black suit took up his hand. The sweat streamed across his face. The main man squeezed his teeth and moved his eyebrows to his nose. He looked at the guy. The man asked whether he was familiar with this driver, Cao Daf. Nin Tianlin replied that he was not, and he was here to choose an apartment for himself, and they have turned around here. Then the man said that everyone was free. He asked them to go to the financial office, where they will be paid 2,000 for hard work. Nin Tianlin asked the driver to sit down and promised to approach him later. The guy immediately agreed and stepped aside. Meanwhile, Nin Tianlin explained that here feng shui is not very good. Why not change this place? The boy exclaimed that everything is in order, now he will call the feng shui master. Meanwhile, the sun illuminated all the apartments that were provided to the boy. The man in the hood was sitting at the table. He was somehow tortured and frightened. He was scared even that his phone suddenly rang. The man decided that this number was familiar to him, but his number is not known to anyone. Perhaps this is a rich man who recommended him. The man answered the call. He was asked if he would understand at least something in feng shui. The old man replied that of course he understood and asked who he was. The phone replied that he was Nin Tianlin, and since he knows feng shui, he asks him to come to the sales department of the Golden City. A gray-haired man asked how he was talking to him and whether he knows at least someone he is. But then the man changed his face sharply and asked him, "Is he really Nin Tianlin?" Then the gray-haired man changed his tonality. Nin Tianlin replied that it was he, asked if he would come. The man replied that he would be soon. Nin Tianlin asked consultants to continue the screening of the houses. They need the largest with the garden, pool, and parking. The house is full of everything necessary. The girl guaranteed that there are no problems with feng shui in their homes. Meanwhile, the car had already driven up, and the old man began to enter the room. One of the guys asked the old man Shui, which suddenly brought him here. But the old man immediately turned to Mr. Nina and asked why he called him. The boy replied that he was going to buy a house. He heard that some man understands feng shui and wants him to help him with advice. The driver was very surprised. After all, the old man Zhui is the famous master of feng shui. He is so polite with this guy. It's good that there was no quarrel. The gray-haired old man answered the guy that he would help him without any problems. Father Nin Tianalin apologized for anxiety. He explained that just someone said that this house had a bad feng shui, so the child was even vaguely called him. The man shook his hand in response and said that there was nothing wrong with that. When he shook his hand, his father felt that there was no line of fate on his hand, and this family is very strange. Nin Tianelin turned to the driver. He asked if he could help this person solve his problem and let him consider it a good deed. The old man was very surprised how he knew his real name. He did not mention him for people for a very long time. This guy is really incomprehensible. The boy asked to continue to calmly inspect the house, and while he goes, he would check this bad place. Shui said that he had a dark aura. 3 horns are tilted down. A mole in the middle is also a strange color. Nin Tianelin asked what that means. Shui replied that the horn denotes the moon, and the 3 horns indicate that these 3 months, Mr. Cao, are doing bad things. A mole in the middle means wealth, but now it has darkened. It seems that the financial situation will worsen soon. Cao exclaimed that the master had told the truth and asked to save him. The man replied that since Mr. Nin asked, he would try his best. He asked the guy to think carefully that he did this 3 months ago, that the situation had changed dramatically. Nin Tianalin decided that this charlatan knows what he was talking about. Chow thought and replied that 3 months ago he bought a house here, but the old man said that it was not a house. He was responsible for feng shui from the moment of choosing a site and ending with the construction of houses. Although there are no problems with the position, but someone changed feng shui, then he is not sure. The guy was very surprised and asked if someone wanted to harm him. Nin Tianalin asked Cao if he changed the layout of the house after he drove into him. The guy replied that he did not change, he just drove. He only hung wedding photos, but who does not hang them at home? The boy decided then to go and check. Cao replied that he would take them to his home, and so they headed towards the huge 2-story house of this guy. When Nin Tianalin began to go into the room, he exclaimed that this was his dream house. The guy showed one of his wedding photos. The old man glanced at this photo. He said that it was it, and asked to shoot a photo and pull out a nail. The guy began to shoot a photo, but abruptly stopped and wondered. The old man asked what happened. Cao replied that it seems not to pull out this nail. He tried his best to pull out the nail from the wall, but he did not succeed. The old man said that the main instigator of the deterioration of his position appeared. This thing is called an ominous nail. The guy asked what scum wants to harm him. The old man explained that there are only 36 such nails. Each of them affects a certain sphere of life. Its attribute is a tree, and the metal wins the tree. Therefore, if he falls into decay, he will also happen with feng shui at home. Since someone wanted to harm him, this nail cannot be pulled out just like that. Nin Tianalin went to the wall and tried to pull it out. He did it very easily. The old man was at a loss from what happened. He began to watch the guy with his mouth open. To himself, Shui thought that this guy surprises him again and again. Nin Tianlin asked the system not some ritual vessel. The system replied that it was not experienced enough in this. The old man grunted and said that, as he said, there were only 36 of them. 35 more. He asked to continue to search. Cao exclaimed that he would find them all, and now a few minutes passed. The guys exclaimed that they found everything. Cao asked the old man if feng shui will be restored now. The old man interrupted him and said that only because of these nails He could not fall so much in just 3 months. Something else should be affected. The boy asked what exactly. Shui replied that the enemy of Mr. Cao should have formed a magical seal with the help of heaven, earth, and man. They destroyed only one part of it, the sky. 5 elements contain murders with metal, installation in the ground, flooding, fire, and entangling with trees. The murder of metal was already, an entanglement with a tree for Mr. Cao is useless. Only installation in the ground, fire and flood remains. Nin Tianlin asked if the method of digging for the elements of the earth is used. The guys weighing everything that was happening decided that they needed to go outside. The old man held in his hands a circle with different designations. In the middle of the circle, there was a sign of yin and yang. Shui said that this thing is probably buried under the flower garden. Cao supported him, and they went on. The guys approached a beautiful, bright flower garden. The guy fell to the ground. He took out his knife and began to pick the ground under bright green grass. His gaze suddenly changed, and the guy exclaimed that there was something here. When he broke the ground, there was something scarlet inside in the hole. He exclaimed what he found. The guy asked to see this or not. Nin Tianlin asked what kind of disgusting thing it was. The old man explained that this is the blood of a fox, as well as the hair and nails of Mr. Cao, mixed with chicken feathers. This was done so that his fate becomes as unhappy as the chicken in the soup and drove him from everywhere, like a lousy fox. Nin Tianlin thought and asked, since the one who caused Cao Dafe the harm was able to get his hair and nails, that is, the last part of the seal, the person of Cao Dafa himself. The old man replied that he thinks that Mr. Cao already knows who this ill-wisher is. It should be something donated by this person. Cao changed his gaze and reached out with his hand to his necklace. He seemed to understand everything. The boy took off his beads and handed them to the old man. Shui showed the guy where they need to be cut. He took the knife and sawed the bead half. Indeed, there is something inside the beads. There was a powder from the tail of the gecko, saturated with snake blood. Cao asked the old man what it was. The old man explained that Hakon, escaping from death, drops his tail. The tail symbolizes the revival, but if you impregnate it with the blood of the snake, it will be cursed for life. The guy exclaimed that it was very cruel. He asked the old man Shui to save him. The old man replied that he needed to burn all these things and then feng shui his house will return to normal. Nin Tianlin thought out that this was not all. They must look again, because the problem has not yet been solved. The boy thought that the task was not completed, so everything is not so simple here. The old man agreed with the boy and said that he would check it again. He thought that if he had not inferior to him in knowledge, you would have had a good threatening for a long time. The old man began to frantically rotate his amulet. He spun at a great speed. The old man exclaimed, watching the amulet, that there was something else in the house. They together headed towards the house. Inside it was some black evil aura. The old man Shui asked himself how he did not notice this ominous energy at once. He asked Mr. Cao how many enemies he had. Someone sent a demon at him. He asked if a man traveled to Southeast Asia, that he gave him ominous nails. Cao replied that there was no truth, that the enemy, which ruined his fate, was his mistress. But she was never in Southeast Asia. The old man asked if there was someone else who was next to him. It can be anyone. The guy exclaimed that this was impossible. A year ago, his wife traveled to Southeast Asia. Nin Tianlin advised to invite her here to ask her personally. The guy immediately grabbed the phone and exclaimed, "Then he will call his wife now." And now several hours have passed. The girl knocked on the door and began to go into the room. Passing, she asked her ex-husband why he called her. Cao immediately asked if she had a demon on him. Lily replied that she really did it. Then the boy asked if the ominous nails are also her hands too. He was very angry at the girl, but she threw a surprised look at him and asked what else for the sinister nails. Nin Tianlin realized that it seemed ominous nails that gave him a mistress to establish a seal. Lily suddenly laughed and said that on his affairs, wife and mistress want to harm him. Chow looked down and said that she was okay, but he would never have thought that Lily would want to harm him. Suddenly, the girl began to approach him and was very close. When she approached, she hit the man on her cheek. It was very strong interpreted. The old man and the kid were watching what was happening. The girl exclaimed that she only wanted him to return home. Maybe he would have returned to her when he would have ended with money, and those girls would leave him. They would have earned money again. Well then, he would be only her. The guy with her head said that she was right. Chow turned to the master and said that he would not destroy this demon. Nin Tianlin thought that it was some kind of third-rate melodrama. At night, he will get off here and will kill the demon with his own hand in order to complete the task. The guy hugged Lily and asked her for forgiveness, as he was to blame for everything. It is a pity that as soon as the money ends, she will have to suffer with him. The girl replied that she followed him for 18 years and was not afraid of difficulties. The main thing is that he is again with her. The old man looked into the eyes of Mr. Cao and asked if he wanted his wife to die. Then the guy turned to the master and asked what he had in mind. The old man replied that there are two types of demons, a demon of happiness and an unfortunate. His wife caused a demon failure. The appetite of the demon will become more and more. Sooner or later, he will eat his wife, and after that, he will just kill her. Cao shouted to the master that he should save his wife. The old man asked the guy not to worry, because his wife should have a demon's card that is connected with his life. The man explained that if you burn this card, then everything will be fine with his wife. The woman went to the guy and said that she really carries this card with her. She took her out and pulled her towards the guy. The old man asked to burn her immediately. Some dark monster appeared in front of them. He was very terrible and unpleasant. Nin Tianlin realized that this baby was a demon, which was caused by the wife of Cao Daf. They began to look towards Montrustrik. Lily looked at him in dismay. A little black demon was sarcastically looking at them. He was on the beads of that guy. Lily somehow perked up. She seemed to be filled with some kind of energy. Nin Tianlin thought to himself that his wife and this demon are interconnected. She feels very well his presence. Cao took out a lighter and brought to this map. The fire was already very close, and the map slowly began to smolder. The fire began to burn more and more. The edge of the map has already erupted a little. But unexpectedly, the wife of Cao came up and hit him on the head. The guys looked at what was happening very surprised. It was very interesting. The map flew far to the side. Mr. Cao did not have time to do anything. The demon ran aside. The old man exclaimed that it was necessary to catch up with him. On the side where he ran was the toilet. The door of the toilet quickly opened. This amulet in the form of a basanka slipped through this door and was next to the toilet. The water in the toilet stuck. Apparently this demon jumped directly into the toilet. The old man exclaimed that he was careless and allowed him to escape. Nin Tianlin thought that if you wash the card in the toilet, then it would not be possible to burn it. The boy realized that this demon is very smart. The old man went to the toilet and exclaimed that he caught him. He told the evil creature that he would not be able to run away. The old man wished him death. In the hands of the old man was that ominous card. She glowed yellow in his hand. But unexpectedly yellow lightnings hit the old man in the back. He did not even have time to look around. He came even closer to the toilet and tried to do something. But the bright light enveloped him completely. The demon began to scream, a terrible cry that he would kill him. His teeth were sharp, and his eyes shone with yellow light. The old man asked the boy to help him. He sealed him in true form. Nin Tianlin thought that in the end he called him, so that it would be necessary to help. The old man took the demon with one hand by the throat, with the other by the head. He tried to bite him by the hand. The old man held him as tightly as possible to the floor. The demon did not stop growling at him. Then the old man lifted him as high as possible without missing his hands. Nin Tianlin was already approaching the rescue. He began to use his strength and the demon scattered into small pieces throughout the room. Chao began to ask what had just happened. The boy replied that nothing happened. The problem has already been solved. Ning Tianlin said Cao that Gov would deal with the rest and he needs to go. The old man thought to himself that this guy killed him with one blow, and his dagger was very unusual. In addition, this guy has yin-yang eyes. The old man Shui decided that this guy was terrible. Ning Tianlin threw him some kind of pill and asked to eat her. He explained that it would be useful for him. Let him consider it a payment for help. They figured out feng shui so that he asked to take him back. He needs to buy a house. Mr. Cao was surprised and immediately agreed. The old man could not understand what kind of tablet it was. He exclaimed that he again feels young and healthy. Meanwhile, Nin Tianlin called someone. When he answered the call, he was very surprised. Mr. Cao asked him what happened. The boy replied that he had urgent affairs, and he asked him to go with his parents to look at home and ask Gova to check them for feng shui. As soon as he finds a suitable one, he asked to buy him without worrying about the price. A woman was sitting on the floor and said that she had already given them 640,000 yuan and paid with all her father's debts. She asked them to leave, but the guys replied that this money was not enough for them. There are still many thousands of yuan left. He explained what was written in black and white. If they do not return the money within 6 hours, the amount of the debt will double. Until 11 hours, the debt amount was 640,000 yuan, and now it was already 11 hours and 5 minutes, and that 1,280,000 yuan. The girl exclaimed that her father lent them only 5,000 yuan, and now they require much more than 1,000,000. She called them scammers. How can they be such scammers? Why do they require much more money than her father owed? Then the bandit said that she should not call them deceivers, or she is going to call the police. They asked to think carefully before doing it. The girl with tears in her eyes looked in their direction. The guy said that in any case, since she could find the money, she could find it for the second time. He looked at her neckline and said that if he does not find money, then let him compensate for a different way. The second guy hit him from behind. Then he asked him what he was doing. The guy asked if he was tired of living. Who allowed him to touch her? The girl said that they already got a lot. Why can't they just let her father let go? Another guy entered the room and said that there was no much money. The girl said that Van Nan could not get her and therefore specially lured her father into the trap. The guy asked to stop saying stupid things. Since he found out that she was sniffing with Nin Tianlin, she no longer interests him. Of course, only if she is not going to pay her body. One of their guys flew to the floor. Someone powerful threw him aside. The guys immediately turned to the door. Who could do this with their friend? On the threshold appeared Nin Tianlin. He asked if they called him. The guys smiled and exclaimed that the girl's mistress had come. Has he really gained courage? One of the bandits instructed the weapon on the guy and asked to pay the money. Nin Tianlin looked at him with a terrible look. His eyes sparkled with green light. He decided to wait a few seconds and began to count. The guy's weapon was already approaching him. He tried to hold out for a few more seconds. Nin Tianlin was already close to the enemy, and only in the third second he went up to him and grabbed his throat with his hand. With his second hand, he threw his weapon aside. The weapon flew to the floor and rumbled with a roar on the floor. The guys watched what was happening with great surprise. The girl opened her mouth in amazement. They did not think that the guy would be so bold and strong. They began to call him, stopping him. But the boy did not let go of his hand, continuing to hold the guy's neck. Nin Tianlin exclaimed that let them only try to stop him. He was waiting for their decision. When the girl turned to him, the boy asked to wait behind the door and said that he would come soon. The girl asked Nin Tianlin whether to call her the police. The boy replied that there was no need. He asked the girl not to worry. and promised that everything would be in order with him. Nin Chanelin asked the guys if they were not money. He asked how many blood was already on their hands. One of the guys raised the bit above his head and she found herself at the guy's face. The guy was very surprised that his iron pipe bent on the neck of Ning Tianlin. The boy squeezed his fist and began to approach the enemy at a frantic speed. He was next to him and hit his fist that there was strength on his head. The enemy immediately flew to the side and fell head down. He lay on the floor in a pool of blood. Another of the guys asked his guys not to make noise so much. He looked towards the guy. Then he turned to him and said that he did not expect that the guy owns military equipment. Nin Tanelin realized that he was their boss. The guy asked not to look down at him. He explained that he was from the Kangen. He received a genetically modified medicine. Nin Tianlin asked the system, didn't that muddy type invented this sect to deceive him? But what is a genetically modified medicine? The system replied that it was a miserable trick. The enemy began to attack the guy. Nin Tianlin prepared for the attack. I do not think for a short time he put his knee forward. He clenched his fists and approached the guy. Then he raised his knee to the enemy's head and inflicted a strong blow. The guy flew to the floor and hit his head from his mouth with a lot of teeth. Nin Tianlin accelerated to inflict another blow to him, but the guy rose to his feet. He began to growl, showing his holes in his mouth. He was very angry and upset. The guy behind him was very surprised by what was happening. He opened his eyes in amazement. He was very scared when the guy began to approach him. Nin Tianlin grabbed him with one hand by the face. He squeezed his face that there was strength. The boy asked him to be a little quieter. He pressed his finger to his mouth. Nin Tianlin exclaimed that Shu was standing behind the door and asked not to scare her. Meanwhile, the girl was really outside the door and listened to what was happening there. When he went to the girl, she looked at him, interested in how everything went. The boy exclaimed that everything was ready. The girl began to ask him if he was injured. Noise blushed a little and pressed her chest hands. She exclaimed that he was very glad that he was not injured. Nin Tianlin explained to the girl that her father was greatly beaten, and if she went to the hospital, they would call the police. He has a personal doctor, and he parses her father. Noise immediately agreed. She said that she did not even know how to thank him. If not for him, she did not know what she would do. She works a lot for her father, and he loves gambling, and now, in his ears, in debt because of them. Her mother even threatened him with suicide, but everything was to no avail, and she also did not care. But he was her father, and as soon as he called her, she could not refuse help. Nin Tianlin asked her not to cry and said that he would help her father abandon gambling. The girl was very surprised. Did he really help him? The boy laughed and replied that of course it would help, because he is her father. And her father means his father. Shou, in the words of the guy, blushed and lowered her head down. She was very embarrassed. Nin Tianlin laughed, holding his head, and said that he simply blurted out without thinking. Suddenly, some kind of call came in his pocket, so loudly that the girl was scared. The boy picked up the phone and asked what happened. The sister asked her brother why he was so angry. He said that nothing, and asked if they had any problems when buying a house. The girl replied that they chose the house, and Uncle Shui helped to appreciate feng shui. Does he want to return and see? She first sees such a beautiful house. The girl explained to her brother that so far there were no problems. The brother replied that if there are no problems, then he dumps her. They said goodbye sharply, and the guy quickly turned off the phone. The sister thought for a matter of an important matter there, that he was so worried. The boy was also embarrassed and laughed at Shu said that it was his sister. He blushed a little and looking at the girl asked if she agreed. Na Ina looked up at him and asked, I agree to what? The boy came closer to her. He was behind her and wanted to put his hand on his head. He began to explain what he was talking about her father, but he suddenly rang the phone again. The girl was again scared of this loud sound. Nin Tianlin was already very angry and asked the Pope what was the matter. The father explained that the sister forgot to tell him the cost, and wanted to voice her, but his son cut him off and asked not to worry about the price. Let Nin Tianxin just say to withdraw money from his card. The boy explained to his father that he was very busy here and said goodbye to him. He quickly hung up as two people already prevented him from communicating with this girl. Nin Tianlin began to get very nervous and threw the phone out the window. He put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that now no one would bother them. The boy went closer to the girl and began to hug her. They both embarrassed, but in the end hugged and approached each other. After all, he exclaimed that he wanted this calm to last further. Well, some more issues need to be resolved. The system realized that he was talking about the Congress. Although he does not know what kind of genetically modified medicine this is, but when he fought with this crazy, his strength increased sharply. This medicine can increase its fighting force, so it is going to visit this Congress. Meanwhile, some girl was watching the guy. She brought the sight of the machine gun on him and began to aim. Then the girl pressed the trigger, and the bullet flew towards the man. Someone screamed that there was a killer somewhere. Is there really a sniper there? The girl stood with a rifle in her hands and looked in front of her. Her gaze was strict and serious. She said that if they want to blame someone, then let them blame themselves for provoking people from Kangen. She stood firmly on her feet. But suddenly the girl heard something. She immediately was alert and reached out with her hand to her gun, which was in her holster on her belt. She managed to get it without releasing an automatic machine from another hand. She managed to shoot, but someone's hand suddenly caught this ominous bullet. Nin Tianlin looked into the girl's eyes. He went into the room and exclaimed, turning to her, that they had finally met again. The girl began to shoot him from a pistol many times, but the boy caught his hand every bullet released from the pistol trunk. Ning Tianlin said that this gun was useless against him and asked the girl to give up. He wants to know from her about a genetically modified medicine. The girl wanted to jump through the window and hastened to fly up to the windowsill. She quickly jumped up so that the boy did not manage to catch up with her. The girl realized that this is the guy who stared at her on the train. How did he find out about the genetically modified medicine of the Kongman? The Kangen is a secret organization that has existed for several hundred years. This is the largest gangster group in the world. But few people know that 10 years ago the Kangen founded New Men. The so-called genetic medicine is administered to people in New Men, but the introduced medicine had a high level of mortality, so now there is no 100 people in New Men. After the successful administration of the drug, the abilities of the body increased many times, for which such altered were called superlines. The girl did not stop only at the pistol. She began to use acute cold weapons. But Nin Tianlin grabbed his teeth, after which he clutched his two hands with his hands. A very powerful fight took place. The girl flew to the side. She finally fell to the floor on one knee. The guy began to approach her closer. He asked, looking at her from top to bottom, that now she would tell him. The girl sat on her knees while a little wounded. She looked at him with an evil look, but she was not going to give up. She realized that the boy had driven her into a corner. The system said that this girl is going to commit suicide by swallowing the poison. Nin Tianlin immediately extended his hand to her face and clamped her mouth. He approached her even closer. When the boy pulled the pill, he asked if she was crazy, why she wants to die from poisoning. The girl exclaimed that he had every opportunity to kill her, why he was hesitated. Nin Tianlin replied that he had not yet found out the necessary information, so he could not let her die now. Simply put, she is a murder car. The system said that it would be good if he can control her mind. Nin Tianlin was very surprised. Did he really take the mind controller from Governor? If he seizes him, he will be able to hypnotize it. The boy asked the system how many points he has now. The system replied that 5,000. Nin Tianlin was surprised where so much. The system explained that these glasses were obtained after the founding of a business empire, as well as after completing a hidden task of depriving virginity. As his combat force rises, more and more hidden tasks will appear. Nin Tianlin exclaimed that if the system is looking for an occasion to bestow it with glasses of energy, then let him just talk about it. The system asked if the owner wants to spend 500 points on mastering the control of the mind. Then, unexpectedly, the master was told that trouble had come. They lost touch with Zhen Zhen, who only recently entered Namin. The gray-haired old man replied that he saw on the news that the goal was already killed. He asked if she had lost contact with them during the task. The guy replied that everything was so. The man asked him to quickly send people to intelligence and find it alive or dead. The guy was obeyed right away. The gray-haired old man explained that it is impossible for information about aliens to leak. Nin Tianlin said that if it were not for the control of consciousness and his own experience, he would definitely think that this woman is crazy. The genetic drug was found on the alien spaceship. If after taking the drug they will not die, they can become a Superman of the Kangen. This setting is similar to science fiction. The system exclaimed that she told the truth. The alien spaceship of Mona crashed. Due to interruptions in the supply of electricity and electromagnetic interference, it fell to the ground. Nin Tianlin asked if he could use the same drug. The system replied that those things that he can receive by exchanging energy glasses, much better than a third-rate drug. The system asked why he suddenly stopped. They heard some cry in front of them. The guy said that he kept it, but why did she have no money? Nin Tianlin stared in front of him. The man asked the guy who he was. He stood opposite the girl and held her hand rudely. Nin Tianlin greeted a man and said that he was a guy of Shuho. He could just call him Nin. The man was very surprised and immediately began to smile in response to the guy. He said that Inlet mentioned him. He thought that she was lying to him when she told what her boyfriend was wonderful. Nin Tianlin replied that the girl spoke about his problems, so he prepared a gift for him. The boy took out a contract and showed it to the man. He explained to his uncle that if he signed this, he would give him 500 million and send him to the city of Casino. The man began to tremble and immediately grabbed this contract from the guy. He hastened to sign the paper. Na-in asked the guy what it was. Nin Tianlin asked her to calm down and just trust him. Nin Tianlin told the man that he would lead him to an airplane. The man immediately agreed and went with him. The boy and Noise accompanied her father to the airport. They looked out the window with a look at the plane. The girl asked Nin Tianlin if nothing bad happened. The boy asked her not to worry and explained that he had some kind of plan. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a man. He felt that this person had an unusual aura. The system explained to the guy that he was from the Kangen. She should be looking for that girl. After he issued all the information, he cut it out. Has she still have not contacted her organization? Ina asked the guy what happened. The boy turned to her. Nin Tianlin replied that he had one thing, and she can return home for now. He was going to surprise her in the evening. Nin Tianlin stood around the bend and began to watch that guy. He followed him and headed for the lane where the man went. He decided to hurry as the system prompted him. He continued to follow the man. The boy went outside and looked out around the corner. He tried not to miss the man, but apparently someone felt him. The guy's gaze immediately fell aside. The man wanted to hit him in the back of his head, but Nin Tianlin dodged his lightning speed from the blow. The enemy threw a despicable look on the guy. He began to approach him. He was already very close and made the guy a bandwagon. The man staggered but did not fall. He was very strong. He squeezed his fist in his face, and she looked at the guy with a rough, daring gaze. Nin Tianlin said the man that he was expected to be unusually strong. The man moved his eyebrows to his nose and said that it looked like it was because of him a connection with Zhen Zhen broke off. The boy apologized to him and exclaimed that this girl was the first to attack him. The man said that he was stronger than her, but those who go against the Kangen and new men are waiting for death. Nin Tianlin smiled and replied that he did not even know who would really die today. When the man began to approach the guy, he suddenly rang his phone. He picked up the phone and asked what happened. His gaze changed after this conversation. On asking Jun to contact his head, Nin Tianlin asked him if they would still fight. He does not mind rendering the world and killing one bandit. The man asked what his goal was. Nin Tianlin just asked to help him convey the words, otherwise the same Zhen is not very talkative. The man looked into his eyes and asked what kind of words he wanted to convey. The boy said that in the future he, Ning Tianlin, would visit the head of the Changmen. The man replied that he understood and would wait for his visit. The system told the guy that he was pleased with this Kangen. Nin Tianlin replied that they were known all over the world. While they are covered with the cops, they are torn off the jackpot. They also have many high-class masters. It would be sad not to capture them in your business empire. But now he needs to think over an evening surprise. The boy thought about her girlfriend, and he led her to a high building which rose to the sky itself. Shu Jun was dressed in a beautiful evening dress. She asked if this place here. The boy said that this was a surprise, and he asked her to go to the casino and enjoy the earnings of large money. What to play? It is possible to play the betting of the bet. The girl wished him good luck, and she asked not to lose their money in any case. Nin Tianlin took the chip in his hands and asked the girl to look at him. The guy began to play. He asked the system if she had an object that would allow to see through. The system replied that there was an apple of insight, which costs 300 points. The boy immediately agreed to exchange this apple, and so he received an apple of insight. The girl who was a judge in a casino said that the bets have already been made. Nin Tianlin fixed his gaze in front of him. Around him, everything lit up with a transparent golden light. He tried to see that he was under an inverted glass and saw cubes. The boy was very pleased. Everything worked out and he sees these cubes. The girl asked him what he suddenly froze. Nin Tianlin replied that nothing came of their line to choose. The girl took her hand over her strand of hair. She realized that there was a large number. Scald blood suddenly poured out of the guy's nose. He blushed, and his eyes scolded. He still decided and exclaimed that he put on a large number. He had 2, 4, and a 6. Good luck is very good. It is better to set yourself a small target and win 100 million. The girl standing in front of them was very surprised. One of the visitors said that this guy won a lot, and he saw it with his own eyes. How he began to play with 1 yuan, and in the end, he won several dozen. The guy said that this is just an incredible success. The hostess of the casino was also very surprised by the success of the guy. She asked Nin Tianlin to bet her bet. The boy pushed all his chips and exclaimed that he puts everything. The owner of the casino was even more surprised and thought about what he determined by sound, but he was so young. The girl decided that since he won so much money, it seems to have to use a backup plan. The girl handed it to her bodyguard through a means of communication that the situation has changed, and they move on to plan B. And once again, the cubes were under the flask. They were shuffled and thrown on the table. Cubes glowed with a variety of numbers. Nin Tianlin moved his eyebrows to his nose and began to carefully observe. The boy exclaimed, looking at the girl, that she had replaced these cubes. Another guy thought about how he could find out about it. Really, in the casino clan, Doyle are cheating. The hostess of the institution closed her eyes and told the master that she should not chat without evidence. She explained that they could complain about him for slander. Nin Tianlin looked strictly into her eyes and asked to shut up. He picked up a cube and turning it showed in the palm of his hand. He looked strictly at the girl and did not let out this cube from his hand. Visitors to the casino looked at what was happening and were very surprised. Everyone was waiting for the outcome of this event. Then the girl began to call the guard. She said that some person would be raging here. The guard immediately began to run away towards the guy. There were several armed people. They surrounded him and told the master that they were asking him to leave the institution since he was not happy here. Nin Tianlin asked why they suddenly became soaker so quickly. He turned to the girl and said that her dad should be on the 6th floor in the VIP room. He asked her to go to him and said that he would come soon. The girl replied that she would wait for him there. One of the guards instructed him a pistol and asked if he hears him. He asked the kid, in this case, to blame himself. Nin Tianlin looked at him with a strict look. He grabbed the man by the throat and began to break his head with the wall. The boy exclaimed that they solved the issue with him, but did not touch his girlfriend. Armed guys began to shoot at Nin Tianlin. The boy was ready for this. He stood very calmly and pushed a lot of bullets from himself with his power. The owner of the room inquired, grinning, who dared to resist the Doyle clan. She wished this guy to death, and he stood calmly and asked if they ended. Nin Tianlin exclaimed that now his turn and sternly looked the girl in the eye. Her gaze has changed too. She did not expect such a turn of events. The boy began to destroy one guard. He used his power with lightning speed against them. The guy grabbed the gun from the guys and began to twist the shutter by clicking on the trigger. The next bullet flew towards the girl. She put her finger stopping the bullet. The boy exclaimed that the clan Doyle was not so simple. He lowered the gun down. He told the girl that only because dealing with the consequences will not want to fight. Well, if you look like that, she also has superpower. Nin Tianlin said that he was not a Superman, he is better. The guy began to fly up to the girl to strike, but she put her hand back again. She wanted to attack him, but the guy dodged, squatting in time. A black haze appeared around the girl. She came from her hands. The black haze was approaching closer and closer to the guy. He was alert and stood in the rack. Nin Tianlin felt that there was little air. His head seemed to clamp. Does she really want to create a vacuum around him? The boy fell to his knees. The girl continued to make some movements with her hands, as if she wanted to strangle him from afar. She moved her eyebrows to her nose and continued to clamp her fists. But the boy got up from his knees and jumping up his weapon over the girl's head. She put her hands forward, lifting up as if putting some protection. Nin Tianlin jumped as high as possible again. He had a sharp dagger in his hands. The girl did not stop defending herself. Her defense enveloped her in dark light. Nin Tianlin tried to dodge the dark ball around him. The girl began to scream and flew far back. The boy skillfully dealt with her. He decided first to find Shu Yu and then find the responsible for the casino. It turns out this girl was not the mistress of this institution. She just created the illusion of this. Nin Tianlin found Shu Yu. Next to her was an uncle. The boy asked him how the games are passing. Uncle sighed and replied that he was not lucky today, and he lost all the money. Well, everything is in order. If he gives him a little more, he will return everything to him from a win. Nin Tianlin looked strictly at his uncle. He took out a gun and replied that he was sorry, but according to the contract that he had already signed, he must kill him. Uncle was very surprised by this. He saw a gunpoint in front of him. Uncle began to scream and asked the boy to spare him. Fear and horror were red in his eyes. He was then covered and turned white with indignation and nightmare. Fear overwhelmed him. He was very scared. The man seemed to be on some bridge. In front of him was some huge bull with a ring in the nose. He asked the newcomer to hurry. Uncle fell to the floor and decided that it was a ghost in front of him. He began to scream even more. Then this ghost came closer to him and said that if he hesitates, he would blur it with a whip. The man seemed to be in some terrible, terrible dream, but it was a reality. The guy exclaimed that he was accused unfairly. He stood in front of a terrible monster and his guards on his knees. He explained to them that his son-in-law killed him, and he never acted meanly. Nin Tianlin grunted. He stared at his uncle, applying his plan. Uncle looked in response to him with a frightened look. He could not understand what was happening to him. He looked at the boy and asked if he had died too. Then a strange man who was sitting on the throne exclaimed that it was outrageous, how he speaks with Vladika Nin. Nin Tianlin said that he did not want to kill him, but it was better to put an end to everything at once. It is still dependent on the gambling, and this always broke the heart of Shu For. Uncle fell to his knees in front of the guy and said that he would no longer be. He asked to spare him and called him Excellency. Then the bearded man replied that he was lucky that Vladika Nin stood up for him. Therefore, he will be freed from hell for slanderers, mountains of swords, at which sinners are thrown, and from torture in oil boilers. But for gambling, he will be punished with a stone mill. The man asked him to take him to hell with a stone mill. The guy began to scream and ask His Excellency not to do this. The uncle shouted that he was repenting of everything and would not do that anymore. When a stone mill chased behind him, a man began to flee that there was strength. He ran away as quickly as possible and shouted from fear and horror. His face changed the color, either on red, then on green, then on yellow. Nin Tianlin looked at the guy and asked him not to scream anymore. He explained that his uncle had already returned. The man grabbed his heart and in horror asked, "Was it really not a dream?" The boy replied that next time he could not wake up from this dream. Na Ina asked very much, so that he told the Lord of Hell that he would resurrect him. But if he again plays gambling, he will die immediately. Uncle exclaimed that he did not want this. The boy replied that it was very good and he was waiting for him for dinner. And he still has business. The system told Nin Tianlin that even if he killed him, this girl would not abandon him. So why was the use of the mind controller to create an artificial world? The boy answered the system that she could not understand the bachelor. He went to the door near which the guards stood. One of them opened the door in front of Nin Tianlin and asked him to enter. Before him at the table was a guy who told the master that he did everything as he ordered. The clan does not know anything about what happened in the casino. Nin Tianlin asked him to continue to work as usual. He will help him to take the post of head of the Doyle clan. The guy crouched in front of him on one knee and calling the master agreed. Kay Payne was in front of him, the third son of the clan Doyle. Nin Tianlin thought that now he controls his mind. The Doyle clan will become the first powerful force abroad that he will subordinate. Noise called the boy amazing. After his father fainted from a toy pistol, he does not look like himself. He just passed the casino and did not even look at him. Nin Tianlin replied that he was amazing because he is her boyfriend. The girl asked not to confuse her. The boy suggested walking around the Chinese Quarter, only they are together. He heard that there is a holiday today. The girl, of course, agreed and sat down in the car. They rushed forward to the bright, spacious city. Bright lights lit the streets. They approached the table, which was under a tree. But suddenly the boy heard something. He turned his head to the side. Na Ina asked him what happened. Nin Tianlin replied that everything was fine. But the boy realized that this killer girl was located there. The girl hid behind the wall and also realized that it was he. She did not expect that he would come to the Chinese Quarter. She should report to the boss about it. Jin asked his comrade to quickly go to the boss and say that the person mentioned in the report appeared in the Chinese Quarter. Nin Tianlin asked the girl not to complicate. She should just take him to him. Jen did not listen to him, but tried to attack the enemy. She threw sharp weapons at him. But the boy caught the tip with 2 fingers. Then the girl began to run away with lightning speed. She fled with all her might. I wanted to jump over the window, but the guy quickly caught up with her. Nin Tianlin grabbed the girl by the leg and began to hold so that she could not run away. The boy held her with all her might, but she tried to get out of his hands. She made an effort and somehow pulled out her leg, getting free. Jin made a push and jumped to her feet. She used all her strength to free herself. The girl directed some bright blue circles towards the guy. She looked at him with a strange, thoughtful look. The boy decided to come closer to her. She did not look away from him. Nin Tianlin thought that this girl is too stubborn and useless to use the haram controller. She wants to commit suicide again. The boy did not stop asking him to take him to the Kangen. They headed towards the building. When they came close, the people from the Kangen began to stop them. They explained that even if he forced Zhen to betray the Changman and show him the way, they would not miss him. The guy failed everyone and said that he was here in order to talk about cooperation and asked him not to stop. Someone appeared behind him and called him an impudent. He asked to fight first. The The system asked the kid to pay attention to the fact that it has combat equipment. Nin Tianlin replied that it seems they also have many good things. The enemy squeezed his fist. He was ready to attack. His muscles were tense and his gaze was fixed on the guy. He was preparing to rush to his enemy to attack him and kill him. He began to approach faster and faster, exposing his fists. The guy was already quite close to him, but Nin Tianlin set the block with both hands, and with all his might began to push his opponent away from himself. He exclaimed that he had finally met a strong enemy. He has exceptional physical data, so that he is stronger than he. The boy thought that he also had combat abilities, and in principle, he does not really lag behind this guy. He gathered with all his might and began to approach the enemy. Nin Tianlin flew into the air as high as possible and squeezed his fists approaching him. He tried to strike and hit the guy right in the chest. The enemy managed to block the blow. Then the boy was too persistent. He firmly stood on his feet and prepared to strike the enemy. He pulled himself together and began to use force. In front of him were puffs of smoke. Nin Tianlin did not see him through them and asked him to go out to him. He said that he knew that the guy was not dead. Then, the enemy came out of thick white smoke and said that he was good and cost his efforts. The guy pulled out a huge heavy sword and looked at his enemy with an evil look. The system told the guy that the falcon knife is a lower-class military weapon. It increases physical strength by 100 points. Nin Tianlin decided to use a merger with a multi-leaf. When the enemy began to approach him with a sword, the boy prepared to repel the attack. His eyes changed color, and when the enemy approached him, like an explosion, the boy began to turn into a huge beast. Horns grew from his head and he began to mumble. The enemy did not expect to see a bull in front of him. He was very surprised at what appeared before him. It was a huge, evil bull. The horns were very sharp and thick, and the eyes glowed with red light. The explosive strip was very long, and white smoke enveloped everything around. The enemy said that the guy turned into a bull, and he has great power. He asked, "Wasn't Nin Tianlin man?" The boy came closer to him and putting his leg on his chest replied that he was not a person, and all of them are not people. The system told the owner that from today, he should create the largest non-state power on Earth over the year. For this, there will be a huge reward. Nin Tianlin replied that although he really wants to join the Kangen, but to establish the largest power in just 1 year, this is too fast. But the system explained that in case of failure, he would spend a lot of points. Nin Tianlin went to the main door. The man in front of her began to stop him. He explained that the guy cut down the elders and stole the combat equipment of the merger. When the chapter finishes the receipt of guests, he will take care of him. Nin Tianlin replied that he actually came to talk about cooperation and the guy began to go inside. He was asked to leave the premises. Nin Tianlin exclaimed that he had finally met with him and asked the head of the Chang man. The man replied that there was no chapter here. He only temporarily helps him with business. A gray-haired old man stood in front of him. He told the guy that he should not flog a fever, otherwise, it will be very easy for him to burn himself. The old man took his weapon in his hands and came close to the guy. He tried to strike Nin Tianlin. His bat was already approaching the face of the guy. The old man waved a stick that there was urine in front of his face. The boy dodged. A strong explosion occurred again. A lot of white smoke enveloped everything around. Nin Tianlin took out his huge sharp sword and began to defend himself. He waved his sword to stop the blow with a thick wooden bat. His sword was right in front of her. The weapon rested on the thick metal of the sword. The guy's sword began to split into pieces. At first, he cracked and then scattered. The old man was already pushing aside. Nin Tianlin also bounced back. He looked at his sword and was very surprised that only a piece remained in his hand. The old man went to the guy and said that he was very strong. He asked if the guy wanted to join the Chang man. Nin Tianlin was very surprised at this issue. After all, he achieved this. The guy answered the old man that he came in order to become the head of the Kangen. He threw his weapons up and caught his hand clutching him tightly. Nin Tianlin made a sharp movement with his weapon, and the blue wave flew towards the old man. The gray-haired old man bounced to the side, but he staggered a little. The old man grabbed his weapon and began to defend himself. He was a little scared by the boy's strength. Nin Tianlin approached him and again tried to strike, but the old man beat his saber with his stick. The boy did not stop holding his saber on the weapons of his enemy. His weapon gradually began to turn into a useless metal. The old man could not understand what was happening. His hand unclenched and he dropped his stick. The weapon flew down and the guy remained with his acute saber. He grabbed the enemy's stick in his hand. It turns out, under it was hidden by the old man's sword. The enemy was furious from the arrogance of the guy. He did not expect the enemy to leave him without a sword. The old man began to use all his abilities and reached the guy with a fiery hand. He was completely on fire and did not stop trying to hit the enemy. The boy managed to dodge every ray of flame which was directed at him. He dodged like lightning. Nin Tianlin decided to use his other strength. He lit up with bright blue rays and directed them towards the old man. The old man's eyes burned with red fiery light. He threw an evil look at the guy. The old man began to approach him using fiery power. The boy moved towards, and their forces mixed up. Two guys appeared in the door. They were very surprised at what was happening here. They began to call their deputy, but the gray-haired old man looked menacingly at them and asked them not to intervene because they were not his rivals. Nin Tianlin did not stop applying his abilities. His blue haze enveloped the guy completely. The guy thought that this old man suddenly learned his techniques so quickly. They continued to fight and suddenly bounced off each other. A bright white circle appeared in front of them, which seemed to push them away from each other. The old man laughed and said that, although he does not know why he would become the head of the Chang Man, they cannot rely only on strength. Martial arts are used to protect against enemies, and virtue for serving people. With the help of strength, he can easily destroy everything in his path and force people to obey him with the help of fear. But he will not be able to achieve sincere respect and veneration. The system told the guy that only the weak reassure themselves. Only possessing pure power, he will be the ruler of the world. Nin Tianlin replied that he thinks in his words too, there is a share of truth. Nin Tianlin told the old man that he had just said that the head had left. He asked where and said that he had a business against him. The old man replied that he went to the Pacific Ocean. Despite the fact that he burst here and caused harm to innocent people, he has a ring of space, and his strength exceeds the ability of ordinary people. All their genetic-modified drugs improve strength were obtained from a spaceship that fell outside the Pacific Ocean. They found an object similar to a sign with alien symbols. After deciphering the data, the head discovered that it was a list of items. They had rare objects, but since they were too deeply hidden, they missed them. The head went to the Pacific Ocean to find them. Nin Tianlin was very surprised. He exclaimed that it was very interesting, and then he would go there too. The old man replied that he could not stop him, but he could not let go of the guest either. At first he suggested eating in a laid-back atmosphere. The boy was glad that he became a guest. The old man explained that the Kangen respects strong people. He has a foreboding that he can say the Kangen, give the world amazing changes. Nin Tianlin crossed his arms over his chest and smiling replied that he was saying right. He gave the old man a weapon and said that this sword would be better than his former sword. The old man bowed in front of him and thanked the boy. He suggested holding it. The system told Nin Tianlin that he sold his equipment Zhen and bought a sword. The system explained that it was very stupid. But the boy replied that this deputy is a very good person, and he gave them coordinates. The system said that this old man is really generous, and I am also stronger. The boy asked, the red dot, which in front of them means whether it means a spaceship. The system answered him that it was so, But why does he not feel the energy of people in a submarine? Didn't they go to the spaceship? The pressure in the sea depths is so great. How did they get out of it? The system replied that despite the fact that the spacecraft crashed, he was surrounded by an energy shield that could last the next 100 years, protecting it from marine exposure. The boy exclaimed that, then they would go too. There is still oxygen on the ship. You can move freely. Should you accept the exchange of such a junk? As soon as they take things, they will sell this spaceship. Then the guy heard screams from afar for help. Someone asked to help him. On the floor lay a guy. Nin Tianlin approached him and wanted to give a pill, but the system exclaimed that it was a waste of time. Nin Tianlin replied that if he could not save him, his death will be on his conscience. The guy said that he knew about the location of their head and asked what happened here and where the others. The guy replied that they had found an egg, but it escaped. They were divided, but did not expect it to suddenly run away from them. The boy asked Nin Tianlin to be careful. A snake was behind him. She approached them to sting, but the guys instantly bounced to the side. She began to break her mouth and approach them. The snake was huge and hissed on them without ceasing. Nin Tianlin grabbed her with one hand by the throat. The snake opened his mouth. The boy looked into her mouth and saw very sharp teeth and a long tongue. His head began to hurt. The guy's gaze changed and he was very surprised by this. The system asked Nin Tianlin not to look into the eyes of the snake. The boy did not stop holding on to his head. Nin Tianlin squeezed the snake in his hand even more. But the snake turned out and bit his hand. His head was spinning and he could not understand what was happening. The system explained that this creature is called the afterlife snake. Its poison is a rare and valuable medicine that can strengthen spiritual power. The poison of this snake in aliens can cause hallucinations, but in Earthlings, this poison makes souls leave their bodies. Nin Tianlin asked him to return him to the body. He must deal with this snake. The system replied that he would have to pay 10,000 points. Does he still want the guy to return to the body? The boy was surprised that it was so expensive. The system explained that in such a tape business he needs his help, and of course, the price will be higher. Everything is simple. He can make the afterlife snake open the third eye and look at it. Then he will be able to return to the body. When the snake began to crawl, he ran after her and asked not to run away. He considered it strange that he could not catch her. And why did she first bit him, and then went on the run? The system advised him to look more carefully at her. When the boy began to look at the snake, he saw some red thread on her and asked the system what it was. The system explained that this is the last magical weapon, Endless Death. After the death of the owner, the one who killed him will be connected until all the energy is exhausted. Nin Tianlin realized that the snake specially bit him. She wanted the guy to leave his body and help her. He asked the snake why she ran away then. The system explained that the snake says that the guy could misunderstand her and hurt her. Nin Tianlin said that then, after he helps her, she will become her pet, and he will be able to use its poison at his discretion. The system replied that she agrees. Then the boy asked the snake to cure him rather. He looked into the eyes of the snake. The guy who was on the ship asked him woke up. Nin Tianlin replied that he woke up and grabbed his head with his hand. Another guy saw a snake in front of him and was very scared. Nin Tianlin explained to him that he tamed her and asked not to be afraid. He asked who from the Kangen has a weapon called Endless Death. The boy explained that this thing, very similar to a red thread. The guy began to think about what he was talking about. He said that he did not hear about this, but he saw how the head of the clan wore a red thread on his wrist. The guy was immediately scared and asked if something happened to the head of the clan. The guy from the ship called Nin Tianlin to meet the rest. When they approached, he asked that with the head. One of the people replied that he was bitten by that alien snake. One of them pointed to the snake and exclaimed that she was still close to that person here. Really, he ordered her to bite their chapter. The guy from the ship replied that it was not him, and he had just tamed her. The guy gave the command to kill him to take revenge on the chapter. Nin Tianlin told the guys that they used a black snake to seize power by killing the head. And now, they drained the blame on him. The guys got angry and exclaimed that he was carrying nonsense. They decided to kill him for their head. But when the guys approached the guy, he made a reception with a deft movement of his hand. One by one, he hit the guys on the head and they shouted in pain. Another guy fell under the blow. He was distorted from the powerful power of Nin Tianlin. The boy raised him by the scruff of the scruff and asked why they planned the murder of the head. When the guy began to deny, Nin Tianlin said that he had no patience to listen to his babble. Then the guy said that a genetically modified medicine and all kinds of studies were in their hands. Therefore, they decided to seize the post of chapter. The elder brother deceived him, saying that an alien snake has the power of conquering the world and that it can recognize the owner. Nin Tianlin asked the snake to look at him with his third eye so that he woke up the same as he was. The guy whom he met on the ship said that this would not help. They sealed his body. Even if he wakes up, he will not live for a long time. Then the boy took out his magic pill and asked, "What about her?" He brought the pill to their chapter and put it in his mouth. After that, the boy asked his snake to look at him with his gaze. The snake crawled as close to the gray-haired man as possible and looked intently in his eyes. When the man opened his eyes, he called the guy a traitor. His eyes sparkled in blue. The man held out his hand, squeezing his fist to hit the guy right down his face. But Nin Tianlin immediately dodged and hit him in response. The man flew far aside. The guy from the ship went to the head and asked him not to fight with this boy. He explained that this man had just saved him. The gray-haired man was very surprised. When Nin Tianlin flew up to him with another blow, and the man dodged very cleverly, he did not stop thinking that the guy was a traitor and tried to attack him. The guy again began to call his chapter soothing. The head flew aside and took up his head. When he came to, he laughed and apologized to him. He explained that he had just died almost and his mind was clouded. Nin Tianlin replied that nothing was terrible, and he also fought. Since the question has already been settled, he offers them to return. The old man agreed with them, and they slowly headed for the exit. The guy from the ship held him, as the gray-haired man was still very weak. The boy explained to his chapter that the guys from his team attacked him, and so they ended up in a huge building. The chapter was asked to go inside. He gave the team to convene all high-level fighters, as he wants to arrange a public competition for Nina. The gray-haired old man, when I heard about it, was very surprised and thought, but his head asked the old man to do so, so he says. He immediately agreed and did not argue. Nin Tianlin exclaimed that he somehow agreed too generously, because he had come to take away his post. The man laughed and said that the position of the chapter should be occupied by a talented person. He combines mercy and strength. If such a young hero inherits the post of chapter for his Kangen, this will be a happiness. But if he wants to become the head of the Kangen, then it is not enough to possess a force that can defeat him. He must have a power capable of protecting himself and the Kangen. The boy exclaimed that he has everything that people wish about. The old man replied that he would wait impatiently. The competition is scheduled for the next Friday. The rest of the groups will also send their people to look at it. The boy exclaimed, looking into the eyes of the old man, that he was also very waiting for this. A gray-haired man asked them not to overdo it, and then the competition begins. Nin Tianlin decided to use the merger of the multi-leaf. Before him stood the head of the Congress with his weapon in the form of a long, sharp stake. The head of the Kangen was opposite the guy. He was ready to repel the attack. Nin Tianlin rushed forward and deftly dodged a man's weapon. The boy managed to persuade his head to reflect the enemy's powerful blow. He jumped when the man tried to stick his spear into him. The old man looked carefully at the guy. He tried to make out all his weaknesses. He struck again. Well, the boy dodged. It was not so easy to hit him. The gray-haired old man exclaimed that he was really flexible and looked in his direction again. There was a lot of smoke around his weapons. White clouds rose higher and higher. Nin Tianlin thought that he should not go ahead. You need to come up with a different approach. The boy began to think how to do everything right. He cast his gaze to the side. The spear of the gray-haired old man flew in his direction. It was a spear cut. The boy set the block in front of him. His metal began to beat off the tip of the enemy's weapons. Nin Tianlin was surprised by this incredible force. No wonder they say that its combat potential exceeds 1,000. The brows of the kids moved to the nose. He clenched his teeth and looked forward. The man lifted the spear and elevated him over his head to bring the enemy to strike. Nin Tianlin again dodged the blow, making the movement with his hands. The power of the kid fell into the weapon of the gray-haired old man. The man bounced to the side, but he did not let his spear out of his hands. He was very strict and calm. In huge white clouds of dust, a battle took place. Two strong people fought with all their might. The boy grabbed the spear of a gray-haired man and began to pull for him. The earth was trembling underfoot and the stones scattered to the sides. They were very strong and calm. The gray-haired old man changed his face and his eyes lit up with a blood-red color. He raised his spear as high as possible above his head and directed towards the enemy. He approached him, but Nin Tianlin made a coup and landed on the ground. He dodged a man's blow again. They looked into each other's eyes. The old man said that he had not experienced such satisfaction for a long time. The boy answered, looking at him, that he was worthy of heading Zanmen. He looked intently into the eyes of a man and added that he had already found a way to defeat him. He took his snake and gave her the command to go forward to the enemy. The snake immediately made a jump. The old man grabbed his spear and began to defend himself. He asked if the guy was thinking to use monsters to confuse him. The old man exclaimed that this was a pretty good attack and began to defend himself. He grabbed his weapon and bent him like a spring. The old man was very cunning and brave. When he was an explosion on Earth, the snake opened its mouth and began to approach him more and more rapidly. The gray-haired man handed his weapon to her, and the snake absorbed him. The struggle continued not for life, but for death. The old man was too strong that I was expected from such a bold enemy. Nin Tianlin took out his sharp dagger and headed towards the gray-haired old man. The man immediately tried to repel the attack. He was not afraid of such an act of a guy. He tried to defend himself and tried to attack the guy, not even thinking of giving up. Nin Tianlin prepared to repel the attack of a gray-haired old man. The enemy had already flown up to him, raising a weapon above his head. The battle continued, and it was very interesting and exciting. The old man began to use his strength in the form of white-black circles. He began to twist them, directing toward the guy. When the man waved his weapon, Nin Tianlin made a reception, and the old man began to fly aside. He fell to the ground from a powerful blow of his enemy, after which he immediately got to his feet. Nin Tianlin went to the man and exclaimed that he was well injured and recognized his defeat, but the old man closed his eyes and, turning to the kid, replied that he actually lost. The guys around were very surprised. After all, the head of the clan looks as if it can still fight. I just used the rules, but of course the head of the clan is stronger. However, even without rules, how such a young man was able to fight the head of the clan on an equal footing? Nin Tianlin offered the enemy another battle. The old man replied that he would no longer fight. In the end, every century gives birth to their heroes. Further, everyone is gathering in the Hall of Fate. The old man said, looking at the guy, that then everything depends only on him. Nin Tianlin agreed with the head of the clan. He stood in the middle of the hall and turned to those present. The boy said that if they recognize him as the head of the clan, he will offer them the conditions that they cannot refuse. One of the guys asked what else for the conditions that could not be abandoned. He admitted that the guy is strong, but the head of the Kan clan cannot be become only due to strength. Then the boy offered them a flask with some kind of blue potion. The guys exclaimed that this is a genetic serum. Nintanellen answered them that it is, and his serum is improved without side effects. The guys were very surprised and asked if this was true. Is this person not deceiving them? Nintanellen replied that in addition to genetic serum, he would also create an exchange platform in the clan. Pupils of the clan will be able to exchange points for enhancing serums, as well as for rings of spaces and various treasures. The guys immediately spoke that they want to get a ring of space and different treasures. Judging by the appearance of this guy, those around him decided that he was not deceiving them. The boy looked at them and asked if they agreed to recognize him with his head. The guys immediately shouted that if this is true, then of course they agree. The rest were also happy about this. But suddenly, one of them asked how to make sure that he was telling the truth. Nin Tianalin invited him to try himself and find out. If he does not believe, it will be the first to lead an advanced serum. The boy threw a despicable look at him and asked if he was afraid. But the guy was brave and answered Nin Tianalin that he was not afraid and wants to try. The guy squeezed his hand and was ready to take serum to show his courage. The boy, without thinking twice, was injected with his medicine. The guy lit up with some blue light. Is it all true? He asked Nin Tianalin whether it was all. The guy went to him and took up his head. He looked him right in the eye. After that, he hit the guy on the head and lowered it to the floor. The guys were surprised at what a strong blow, and nothing happened to him. They exclaimed that he had no side effects. It definitely worked. The head of the clan said that if it was with them before, they would not have lost so many people. The partner agreed with him. Nin Tianlin explained to the guys that this is just a small dose of genetic serum. A gray-haired man said that the head of the clan should be worthy, and age does not matter. If someone has doubts in power or morals, Nin Tianlin, then they can speak now. Only the girl raised her hand and said that she had doubts. She asked not to believe him, since he is connected with the authorities. Who knows if he wants to destroy them all? The boy replied that this was just cooperation for the convenience of operations, and he asked why she constantly criticizes him. The girl threw an incredulous look at him and explained that she simply did not trust him. Suddenly, a man appeared behind them and exclaimed that trouble had come. He explained that they released some monster. A terrible, insidious monster appeared in front of them. The system explained to the guy that this is one of the goods from an alien ship. She did not think that they would drag him here. The huge monster began to open his vile fanged mouth and come closer and closer. The boy prepared his weapon and began to wave to them in front of the nasty muzzle of this beast. He tried to cut his body, but realized that it was too strong for him. The elders began to approach to help attack this vile insect. The old man cut off one claw of this monster. Some bubbles began to appear from him, but after that, his claw grew up again. She seemed to be revived back. The monster seemed even stronger and tried to attack this old man in response. Nin Tianlin asked the old man why he holds him. Then the old man replied that he cannot be killed, you can only freeze. He explained that someone deliberately released him. The boy was immediately alert and looked at the monster. He asked that if you use ice and fire at the same time to completely destroy its cells and avoid regeneration. The old man answered, looking at the monster, that this is a good option and it is worth trying. He raised his weapons and cut the claw again in half. The man glowed with a bright yellow light. The claw scattered into two parts and they began to observe what would happen next. Nin Tianlin stood to direct his strength towards the evil monster. He directed all his power to the cut out of the claw until she began to grow together. The old man exclaimed that the claw does not regenerate. It was very good. Nin Tianlin said that now the old man can cut the rest of the joints in the same way to deprive him of mobility. The guys carefully watched the claw of this evil, creepy monster. Some explosion occurred again, and everything was overshadowed by a light haze of thick smoke. The elder and the boy were ready. They could not see that inside the smoke. Nin Tianlin exclaimed that the matter is difficult. The old man asked him not to relax, since not the end. Airplanes were circled above them. Someone warned them that if they move, they would shoot. Nin Tianlin showed an obscene gesture. He asked whether the monster understood his hut, but his words reacted very hard. The weapon was directed towards the guy, and a volley was heard. Nin Tianlin was in earnest surprised and wondered. Who could be? A volley occurred again, and the shot broke right towards them. Nin Tianlin said that they really began to shoot. The old man replied that if so continues, the army would come here. Today will not end well. The boy replied that we should take this chance and change the headquarters. Everyone from the T-Sin clan went into shelter, and they will find the opportunity to escape. Let the army deal with this monster. When an explosion exclaimed that they probably shot from guns. The sharp blade flew towards the opponents. It was cold and ruthless. The helicopter was spinning their own heads. The guys in him could not understand that that person had just left. The second pilot replied that he did not know, but this damaged the screw. It is necessary to make a forced landing. They noticed the guy and gave the team more to shoot until he left. They directed their weapons directly to Nin Tianlin. The boy felt this and looked in their direction. A man in a camouflage form sat on his knees. He aimed towards the guy. Nin Tianlin was able to dodge the bullet once again. His gaze was very strict and unshakable. The bullet flew straight on his forehead. But he stood not moving and said that such ESU bullets were not at all scary. Meanwhile, the head of the clan threw his weapons towards restless opponents. He hit using his forces directly to the center of the helicopter and asked the kid more to leave. He asked to draw attention to the top as it was urgent to change the headquarters. Nin Tianlin asked him to first take everyone out of the Zan clan, and he would meet with the so-called strongest army of the earth. The old man agreed with him, but he said that this jade amulet would help him find him. The old man wished the guy good luck. Nin Tianlin agreed with him and took the amulet. Many legs in boots and camouflage form stood in front of him. The guys with weapons in their hands moved faster and faster. They exclaimed that he was surrounded. The guys gave an order to raise their hands and give up. They again asked him to give up. The boy called their translator a stupid person. The guys in uniform stood with weapons in their hands and began to shoot in one gulp at their enemy. The boy planted his fists and, despite the bullets, began to run straight to them. The commander gave his people a signal to stop. They did not let their weapons out of their hands. There was an explosion club of white smoke rose up to the sky, caught a review. Nin Tianlin asked if all this was, after which he exclaimed that now his turn. The man in a mask began to look closely and think about what this guy would do now. Nin Tianlin began to accelerate and approach them like lightning towards them. Then the commander raised his weapon and again tried to shoot, but it was not there. The green power was much stronger and more dangerous than their firearms. The boy held his spear in his hands and stood his back to them. He looked forward in front of him. Helicopters with armed people circled over his head. The system said that they sent fighters in his direction. The boy laughed and asked if they really think to destroy it with rockets. In this case, he promised to go where they would not dare to shoot with rockets. The guy was in the financial department. The helicopters continued to circle over him. While Nin Tianlin ran, clubs of white thick smoke curled under his feet. The soldier on the plane exclaimed that the matter was bad. He realized that the boy was going to the financial area. Nin Tianlin was very angry and asked the warriors how they dared to blow up the financial street. The military said that the goal is already on the financial street. They ordered to build barricades and evacuate people. The boy thought that they did not seem to be going to pursue them. The system asked him not to rejoice ahead of time. They probably have some other plan. Ahead of the world is the world's largest gold storage in the world. The system asked if he wanted there. The guy, of course, agreed, and they headed towards the storage. The security was spotted that someone had penetrated the storage, and they began to warn everyone else. The alarm was earned, flashing in red, bright light. Nin Tianelin stood opposite the huge system. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and his gaze completely changed. His eyes were empty and strange. A kind of explosion occurred nearby. Clubs of white smoke enveloped the entire room. There were a lot of gold ingots in it. Entire regiments were filled with this gold. There were so many of it that the shelves already burst from the golden, brilliant ingots. The boy was very surprised by the amount of gold on the shelves. The system turned to him and asked if he wanted to exchange all gold for glasses of vital energy. The guy immediately agreed, and the system congratulated the owner on receiving 100,000 energy points. Nin Tianelin exclaimed that this is a lot and we need to express gratitude. The guys in camouflage suits and masks came closer to the building and could not understand that it was in front of them. A huge red dragon soared in the sky around high-rise buildings and approached them. They were very scared and surprised. The guys in costumes could not understand what it was. Something is written on it in Chinese. They tried to figure out what it means. "Welcome to Zanman." One of the people on the street asked what Zanman was. The second guy said that this is a red dragon. These are disappeared mythical creatures. Can there be those whom their teacher ordered them to find? The teacher sent them to investigate the disappearance of the spirits and guides of souls. There were no traces in their country, and he thought that criminals could go abroad. He did not expect that in Chinatown they would stumble upon those who control mythical creatures. One of the guys asked if he wanted to say that those who control mythical creatures can be associated with the disappearance of soul guides. The second asked to watch the rest. He exclaimed that Zanmanya even has an official site. They write something about combat power. Depending on the level of combat power inside Sanmani, there are different ranks. 10 points of combat power is an intern's, 30 points are a student, 50 points. This is the manager. The higher the level, the higher the status. Combat power is determined by physical characteristics, equipment, combat skills, and tactical techniques. Physical characteristics include strength, dexterity, endurance, and spirit. They can be improved using various pills available on the exchange platform. In addition to the pill, you can exchange combat equipment. One of the guys asked if he had just seen the pill of immortality. 3 days later, Zanman plans to open the halls of heroes around the world to select suitable candidates. Then they will go to find those who are behind it. And now several days have passed. Many people stood in the square. They were very serious and thoughtful. Men stood as if in service. One of them looked forward as if looking at something. He was tense and moved his eyebrows to his nose. Nin Tianelin watched from the side. He noticed that there are even Taoists. He thought that the spies of governments and the mafia is already strange. The system grunted and replied that they had come specifically after him. The boy heard something. The system said that those whom he killed at the internet cafe came because of this. Nin Tianelin replied that he understood everything and began to continue to observe people in the square. He exclaimed that in this case, he could not disappoint them and meet them personally. One of the guys asked the other what happened. The second replied that he had a feeling that he was being watched. He asked how they were going with the distribution. The guy replied that according to the distribution, they would be able to meet only in the quarterfinals. He asked him not to worry. The second guy said that with their strength, they would easily win the tournament so that the organizers will certainly come. But still, the financial street is destroyed, and they say that all the gold was stolen from the storage. Why the country does not react to this? On the network, they write that the country no longer has control over a nuclear button. They are afraid that their own nuclear bombs will destroy them. Someone could not understand how this was possible and unexpectedly laughed. But the other person replied that if he really explodes the country, he would definitely join Zanman. If they are still destroyed by them, only to the benefit.